Oh, hang on, wait, not yet. Hang on. That was a mistake. I forgot something very, very crucial. No one saw anything. No one, delete that from your memory banks. Nothing happened. What's up? Hi. I don't have like BRB screens or starting soon screens, so in a 2-second decision I decided just to have this picture of a blue Pikmin on screen instead to create a sense of uneasiness, but maybe also a sense of wonder and inspiration, perhaps, because you don't know what this guy's thinking, and frankly, he doesn't know what you're thinking. We don't even know if this is a guy. We don't know if this thing even has a gender. What we do know is that this is a blue Pikmin, and that it appears in the Pikmin games, and it is what I decided to have as my BRB screen for the time being. But hello, folks. I, as you can tell, am not a very professional streamer, and that is partially why I don't stream very often. I am what you would call a YouTuber, and while YouTube does have a streaming side to it, I prefer to do videos. However, I thought that the format of how I am planning to do things for today, and hopefully just today, but potentially future live streams, is that I thought it would be better to do things as a live stream so people can go back and comb through certain things in the footage. And maybe I'll take these streams and edit it down into one big video, and this will just kind of serve as an archive just in case. But in an ideal world, most people stream, then they have an editor, or maybe they do it themselves and they condense their streams into videos. I don't do that. I just do the videos. I probably could benefit from streaming more. It's just not something I regularly enjoy doing it. But I'm doing it now. I'm doing it now because I thought it could be beneficial for me and it could be good for my mental health, but we'll see. Otherwise, I can see the chat. I have it on a second monitor here, so I got this monitor, and then I got this monitor that the webcam is actually on. So, I can see you, Dr. Sylvester 8000, saying, "What's up, Yo Schiller?" Yeah, I know. It might take me a second to actually look at the chat, but I am looking at it. So feel free to ask questions. I will answer anything and everything as directly as I can. And otherwise, the focus of today's live stream is to go through everyone that I follow on Twitter and explain why I follow them. Now, I follow, at this point in time, exactly 420 people. And like the lunatic that I am, I thought I could do it all in one go. And I thought that I could finish it all on the previous live stream that I did, and ultimately that didn't happen. And the last person I did was Picanjo. Darn it. He's so far down, Control F won't even find him anymore. But yeah, I got like 60 people in. So I thought maybe if I start today's stream way earlier, more people would have a chance to catch it, and I would be able to hopefully just knock out everyone else in one fell swoop, in one fell live stream. So that is the intention for today. So I'm going to go through the remaining 360 or so people and explain why I follow them. And in case you're curious as to why I'm doing this, because I know that there are some people that only follow me on YouTube and therefore don't know about the Twitter side of things, and vice versa. There are some people that follow me on Twitter that maybe don't regularly watch my YouTube videos or my streams or whatever. The reason I'm doing this is because Twitter has been going through some changes as of late, and people are in a panic regarding whether or not this platform is even going to survive to the end of the year, or maybe even, to the end of the month. So, to attempt to try and archive things, document things, and spread a little bit more positivity before this site potentially goes down, I thought it would be beneficial to showcase all of the people that I follow on Twitter and maybe share a memory of each person that I follow. So, I'll get started in just a moment. Let's sit for like another second or two. I'll read the chat a little more. What are my thoughts on the new DLC coming July 12th? I assume you're talking about the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe tracks that had a trailer today. I think that's awesome. I have more history with Mario Kart Wii, so this set of tracks pleases me. And also we got LA Laps. I'm a Los Angeles resident, born and raised, so I'm curious to see how that track plays out And the Mario Kart Tour tracks are always interesting because I don't play Mario Kart Tour, so all those tracks are brand new to me. Yeah, obviously I'm excited for everything that's in store. Moonview Highway is a track I like, and it's a track I didn't think we were going to get, so it's a pleasant surprise. Part of me kind of wishes we got Toad's Factory instead, because we already got a highway track in the DLC in the form of DS-Room Ridge. And the tour tracks already also kind of feel like highway tracks, but Moonview Highway was like one of my favorite tracks in Mario Kart Wii, so I'm fine that it's here. I just think it's a weird batch to include after already getting highway tracks, you know? But like Koopa Cape, I know that's a fan favorite. Daisy Cruiser, I know that's a fan favorite. GBA Sunset Wilds was rumored like ever since we got the first DLC wave, so it's nice to finally see it here. And let's see, 3 tour tracks, 2 Wii tracks, 1 GameCube track, the new track, and the GBA track. Yeah, that's all of them, right? So yeah, it's a good batch. I like that the visuals actually better match Mario Kart 8 now too, and they don't just like direct ports from the Mario Kart Tour tracks, so that's nice as well. Alright folks, are you guys ready for me to just get started? We can start talking about Son of a Glitch, a start show, and then we can work my way up and hopefully get through the rest of these people. Got like 300 people to go through today. And at any time, you guys can ask questions. It doesn't have to necessarily be related to the people that I'm talking about. You guys can ask general questions. Just know that I'm going to be focusing on this, and then I'll answer questions after I'm done talking about said person. You know, I want to be able to have a complete thought about this person, in case I do turn this into a video, you know. So I want to be able to be like, this is a start show, and then I'll answer questions about my thoughts on the Mario Kart DLC, or whether or not I'm going to get the, I don't know, the Metal Gear Solid collection, or what are my thoughts on the MCU, or I don't know, thoughts on flavors of ice cream. You guys can ask me whatever. Generally, there isn't a question that's too personal. Just try to make sure that the questions won't get me demonetized. But I'll answer whatever I can. Will I use the new characters in the DLC? I mean, what I want to do, when the DLC comes out, I might... The first thing I wanted to do was record a session where I play as Wiggler on the Wiggler bike. And I might even do a friend room session like that. We'll see. But yeah, I will use the new characters. Okay, so when I played Mario Kart 7, I played as Yoshi and Wiggler. So Wiggler coming back is really exciting to me. And then Kamek being in the game is cool because I don't play Mario Kart Tour. So Kamek being here at all would mean that that's the first time I would have the opportunity to even play as Kamek. So I'll take up that. And then PD Piranha, I'm glad is here because it makes all my friends happy. Because a lot of my friends wanted PD Piranha. And so now we finally have a game where you can play as both PD Piranha and Dry Bowser. And then that's on top of, like, you can play as Link and Inkling and Cat Peach. Yeah, I'm really happy PD's here. I had a feeling, like, if you look at some of my Mario Kart videos where I'm predicting characters, I was like, I feel like PD's a lock. But it's nice to finally see that it's here. Alright, you guys ready? I'm ready. Okay. It's a new day! Let's talk about new people! A start show, Son of a Glitch. So, Son of a Glitch was a show that exists on YouTube that primarily focused on showcasing popular glitches, or maybe not so popular glitches, in popular, and maybe not so popular, video games. And so the host of this was A Start Show. A very, very generous man in my working relationship with him. I believe I first learned about him because I was writing for Go Nintendo back in the day, and we would embed his videos onto the website rather frequently, so I would watch them, and I would get joy out of them. And then I think he spontaneously followed me on Twitter one day, so I was like, oh snap, that's awesome. So I followed him back. And yeah, dude's just very professional. I think he's a game developer now, which makes sense because he's been very good at like getting into the nitty-gritty of games and finding out why glitches happen. And so now he's been developing some things, and he had a game or a prototype or something, if I recall, that to me looked like Mega Man Battle Network, or like the overworld part. Not the battle part, but the overworld part. And to me, that was very, very cool. I have no doubt that if he continues with his programming work and his game design work, that he's going to find himself in a very successful position. And the fact that he's been very generous to me, and that I can at the very least call him a mutual makes me feel very good. Yeah, this is just like a very smart guy. This is a very talented guy. Even outside of the YouTube work of him showcasing glitches and stuff in videos and doing a great work on that, this guy is just very, very smart. I know I don't sound so smart saying that, but the son of a glitch, a start show, I have no doubt this guy's going to be successful. I would vouch for him. This guy is very, very good at everything he does. And I'm glad that he follows me, and I'm glad that I follow him. So, son of a glitch, a start show, thank you for everything, man. Hope you're doing well. I think I finally got to meet him at PAX East 2017. Like, I followed him before that, but then I finally met him at PAX East. So that's pretty cool. Alright. Edison T. Crux. So, I am a fan and friend of the Pokemon creator, Maryland. And Maryland's brother is Edison T. Crux. And I got to meet him because, as some of you may know, in 2017, we did the 24-hour Pokemon Sleep Versus, where each of us played Pokemon Sun, Moon... Probably not Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon. I don't think those games are out yet. So there's Pokemon Sun and Moon. But before we did the 2017 one, we did one in 2015 or 2016 at Maryland's house. So I flew over to Chicago. I took a bus from Chicago into Wisconsin. I went to Maryland's house, spent the night for like 2-3 nights. During that time, Maryland and I got to play Pokemon Puzzle League. Maryland is a maniac at Pokemon Puzzle League. He's amazing. In any case, it was Cephazon, Maryland, Edison T. Crux, and myself. Cephazon and I were on one team, and Maryland and Edison were on another team. And at this time, we were playing the Generation 6 games. So I was playing Pokemon Y, Cephazon was playing Omega Ruby, Maryland was playing Pokemon X, and Edison, I think, was playing Alpha Sapphire. I might have Cephazon and Edison's games mixed up, but the point being, it was the 4 Generation 6 games. So X and Y, Omega Ruby, Alpha Sapphire. And all of my Pokemon, I remember, were nicknamed after adjectives, and my main Pokemon during that challenge was a Linoon, but I don't even remember what the Linoon's nickname was. But I have some of the Pokemon from that challenge in my Pokemon home, because when we were done playing the games and done with that challenge and I wanted to reset the save file, or I don't know if I actually reset the save file, but I took the Pokemon, I put them into Pokemon Bank, and then eventually transferred them into Pokemon Home. So, all this to say, so Cephazon and myself went up against Maryland and Edison T. Crux, and that was just a fun weekend. I had a blast. I had a blast hanging out with them. We ordered a lot of pizza. Oh, yeah! And we just had a giant bin of crispy M&Ms because Maryland knew I loved crispy M&Ms. And so it was not a healthy weekend. We had a bunch of pizza, and then whenever we needed something to snack on when we were playing, we just had a bunch of crispy M&Ms. Yeah, a weekend full of crispy M&Ms and pizza. Tell you what, Maryland set the whole thing up. Edison T. Crux drove over, hung out with us for 24 plus hours, and we just had a great time that weekend. And so, obviously, after having a great time that weekend, Edison and I followed each other on Twitter. These days, I haven't spoken to him I don't think I've spoken to him since then. I think he's a writer. I think he's an author. So I think he's working on books. So, Edison, I hope you have a successful career as a writer. And thank you again for creating fun memories with me during that 24-hour Sleep Versus challenge back in 2015, 2016. I think it was 2015. I don't think we're getting into my 2016 follows just yet. I think we're still at the tail end of 2015. But we'll get there. We'll get there. And as we start getting into 2016, 2017, that's when we're going to start seeing like bigger and more recognizable names. And my memory will be a little better as to why I follow some of these people. All right. Cuddle of Death. So, I think I met Cuddle of Death because of my friend Matthew Mannheimer, who used to run the Tales channel YouTube and Twitter accounts. I think I met her because of him. I think she was in one of our group chats back in the day. And if that's the case, then I definitely had pleasant chats with her. I just don't remember the specifics of them. I don't think she was super active in our chats, but she was in them. These days, I think she's either a social media manager or she's like a programmer. I haven't spoken to her in a while, I know that obviously we're still on good terms if we're still following each other on Twitter, but I apologize. She's like one of the 3 people who I get mixed up with like 2 other women on my Twitter account, so I get all of their origin stories and history backwards. But obviously, good memories. Maybe we hung out at PAX East 2017. Maybe that was it. But I almost certain I met her through Mannheimer, Tails channel. Even so, Kristen, Cuddle Death, I hope you're doing well. Thank you for everything. Alright, here we go. Now we're getting into, like, some of the, like, this is the new arc. Alright, this is, like, the next generation. This is the tail end of 2015. This is, like, right when I started working with Nintendo on stuff. So, this is Kelly Egan. If you've ever worked with Nintendo in an ambassador or media capacity, you probably know who Kelly Egan is. If you don't, I will attempt to enlighten you. So, prior to 2015, Nintendo wasn't really working with me. They would occasionally feature me in some of their videos. They would occasionally feature me in some of their social media posts. But I was not a brand ambassador just yet. So, the way Nintendo used to manage their brand ambassadors is that they had another company that basically took care of it. So they reached out to this marketing company, social media influence company, and from there would be people that would act as managers for the actual influencers they would work with. So Nintendo did not have employees at their office that directly worked with us. They would reach out to this advertising agency, and the people at that advertising agency would reach out with us. So my point of contact at the time was Kelly Egan. And man, like, she was the person to know. If I emailed her, she would respond like within the hour. She was the person that hooked me up anytime I went to an event. Always reliable, always dependable, always hardworking, always an optimistic, happy attitude. She was the contact to have. Whenever, and eventually, when I did become a Nintendo brand ambassador, she was the one that was kind of like the bridge between me and Nintendo. She was the one that hooked things up. She was fantastic. Now, she does not work for Nintendo's relations anymore. As it says here, it looks like she works for Warner Brothers Games. That's awesome. I think that's cool. I'm happy for her that she's still finding work. Yeah, she was the person to know. She managed, like, all of us. So all the other Nintendo brand ambassadors from 2015 and on, they probably know Kelly. Kelly was the like perfect manager for all of us. So Kelly, thank you for everything. You have been integral to my career, and I am happy to be able to call you a mutual, if not a friend. So thank you for everything, and I hope you find success in your influencer relations career. So I think the first game Nintendo ever sent to me, and by proxy had her reach out to me, was actually Yoshi's Woolly World. Fittingly enough, right? And then after that, you know what's funny? Okay. The day Nintendo asked me to become a Nintendo brand ambassador was the same day I went to a YouTube gaming meeting, and I think that's how I got this shirt. No, I got this shirt from when I visited YouTube toward the tail end of 2015. But I did go to a YouTube gaming meeting when YouTube was getting ready to launch that. And the day I was coming home from that meeting, like I was in an Uber ride home because I didn't have my own car yet. And I was like thumbing through my emails, and they sent me the paperwork. And they're like, hey, Nintendo wants to invite you to their brand ambassador program. Do you want to sign up? And I was like, yes, I do. So, yeah. Kelly, thank you for everything. All right. The Witch Doctor. So, the Witch Doctor is a fellow content creator, Pokemon player, who absolutely loves sharks. And I think it's thanks to him that I also adore sharks. I don't think I love sharks as much as the Witch Doctor. The Witch Doctor is like a shark advocate. And I think more positively of sharks than I think the general public does. And I think that's because of him. He used to tell me about these things that hunters and poachers used to do to sharks, and it kind of bummed me out because sharks are quite a misunderstood animal. People are right to fear them. Yes, like shark accidents have happened. Won't deny that. But in the grand scheme of things, they are just a big fish. They're a big old fishy. If I had the opportunity, I would not be opposed to going onto one of those boats that goes out in the middle of the ocean and they put the little cage down in the water and you get to sit there and look at the sharks. Would not be opposed to trying that once in my lifetime. But I bring all of this up because I think the Witch Doctor is the one that kind of enlightened me on that subject matter. I think back in the day I used to be a bit more lenient towards sharks than other people might have been, but now I respect them a lot more because of the Witch Doctor. These days, I think the Witch Doctor has a kid, so I think his life is now focused on taking care of the kid. I don't know if he does content creation that much anymore. And I don't think he was in a whole lot of my videos, but there used to be group chats and videos that I would participate in that the Witch Doctor was also in. So there probably does exist videos that feature the both of us, but I don't think they're on my channel. Maybe there's one or two videos that feature him, but otherwise, yeah, just good guy. Witch Doctor, thank you for everything, my man. Papalopolis! So, back in like 2015 and 2016, Papalopolis was in a lot of my videos. She was in some of my Pokemon videos, she was in some of my Smash videos. I think she was in some of my Splatoon and Mario Kart videos as well. Just during that day and age, she was in a lot of my content because that was the time when I was really starting to do a lot more collaborative content, and she was generally available. At the time, she drew me a fair share of artwork and icons too, and I think she's still doing artwork, and I think she's still doing voice work. I only saw her in person for the first time last year when I went to the Pokemon Milwaukee Regionals. She was working a booth, and I was like, oh snap, hey! Prior to that, I hadn't regularly spoken to her in like 5 years. But yeah, she was a very important person to me back in 2015, 2016. Like I said, she was in a lot of my videos, and she was ultimately just a fun person to include in my videos. So I'm glad that I got to meet her, and I'm glad that I was able to form these memories with her, and I'm glad that I was finally able to see her in person last year. Yeah, like last year and this year, I finally met a lot of people in person for the first time, and Papalopolis is one of them. And yeah, she's a talented artist, she does voice work, and she's a fellow Pokemon enthusiast. What's not to like? So, Papalopolis, thank you so much for everything. Thank you for putting up with me over the years. I hope you're doing well. Hello, Platinum Rhythm! Thank you for joining the chat. You're still a little bit of a ways away, my man, but we'll get to you. We will get to you. Alright? Alright. Are you guys ready for me to talk about good old Sonic the Hedgehog? Alright. Sonic the Hedgehog. This is the Sega... Well, this isn't the Sega account, but it's like the Sega account in the sense that I follow it for Sonic news. So I do follow Sega Europe, I think. Maybe I don't. Maybe I just follow Sonic. Let me take that back from the top. I follow Sonic because I want Sonic news. But back in the day, the Sonic the Hedgehog Twitter account was a lot more personable. It used to respond directly to people, and that ultimately evolved into people watching the Sonic Twitter account because it was, like, approachable. It didn't just feel like a corporate brand. Now, these days, they don't directly respond to Twitter accounts that much anymore. What they'll do is they'll get the voice actors for Sonic and Shadow and Eggman and Tails and Amy and whatever, and they'll do kind of like these group voice sessions. You guys will see them. They're like little Twitter takeovers where they take over the Sonic account and just answer questions in voice form, and it's fun. That's cool. That's kind of like the evolution of what this Twitter account used to kickstart its popularity. So, at the time, I followed it because I thought it was a funny Twitter account. Nowadays, I still follow it because I like to follow the news. You know, I'm going to get Sonic Superstars, and I like seeing about, like, the Sonic Symphony. I'm debating if I want to go to that still. But, I mean, it's the Sonic the Hedgehog Twitter account. I'm such a big Sonic fan. I, once again, don't really have anything within reach. But, like, some of my lanyards and stuff back there have, like, Sonic and Sega pins. The first GameCube game I ever owned was Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. I got a GameCube because I wanted to play Sonic, you know? I really like Sonic, so I follow the Sonic Twitter account for that reason. I feel like a lot of these more corporate Twitter accounts are probably a lot more explanatory, but otherwise, like, I'm still going to explain why I still follow this one as opposed to some other corporate Twitter accounts, you know? It's Sonic! I like Sonic, okay? I like modern Sonic. I like classic Sonic. Sonic music is my jam. You guys get it. Alright! Are we ready to talk about Alex Correa? So, if this is who I think it is, this is actually an interesting story. So, the Game Awards. You guys know the Game Awards. In 2015, I attended the Game Awards for the first time. And at that time, the Game Awards was picking up popularity, but it wasn't nearly as popular as it is now. It was, I don't want to call it niche, but it wasn't this super major gaming event where people sat down and expected like 20 game reveals, right? It was just kind of like an extra thing that some industry professionals went to, and maybe you'd be lucky if you got a game reveal or something there. So, in 2015, rather last minute, I decided to go. And the main reason I even wanted to go was because it was in Los Angeles. I figured, why the heck not, right? So, I went, and because I bought a ticket at the last minute, my seat wasn't all that great. I was seated in like row double H or something like that. Kind of far back. Like I would have still had a decent time, but you know, obviously it's better if you have like a front row seat, right? So, I'm waiting inside the lobby area. I have my Yoshi hat on, and a representative, I think from Budweiser, walks by, and he goes, "You there, my good man. How's it going?" And I'm like, "I'm okay." And he goes, "Oh yeah, you know, I like your hat, da-da-da-da-da." And he goes, "Well, I want to make a deal with you. I have tickets for the first 5 rows of the theater, and I would like to trade with you. And in exchange, all I want you to do is cheer or clap or, you know, show some positive emotion anytime we show a Budweiser commercial." And I was like, "I can do that." And he goes, "Great." So we trade tickets. I have a 5th row seat, row E or something like that. Or maybe I was in like row F, but I'm like really close to the front now. I was like, "Yeah, I'll trade tickets. It's better than that row HH ticket I got." And then they announced, "All right, if you're seated in the first 5 or 6 rows, you're going to come into the theater early." And I was like, "Really? Okay." So I go in, I'm seated in there, I'm inside the theater, and there's probably no more than like 20, 30 people inside. So I'm like, oh, all right, like I'm sitting down, I think I have like a water bottle or something with me, and I'm seated next to this fellow, Alex Correa. Or I think I'm either right beside him or I'm right behind him. I don't remember exactly. So once again, I still have my hat on. We're hitting it off. I take a couple selfies and he's like doing these funny poses and funny faces in the background. So that's all fun. And then off to the side is Reggie Fils-Aimé. Reggie Fils-Aimé is just like standing there chatting with maybe 2 employees, but he's not surrounded by security. It's just him and these 2 employees. And I'm like doing double takes. And so I'm speaking to Alex here. And I'm like, "Alex, I think that's Reggie Fils-Aimé." And he's all relaxed. And he goes, "Oh yeah, that's Reggie Fils-Aimé." I'm like, "What? Reggie Fils-Aimé is just like right there." Like I'm not trying to make a scene, but in my head I'm making a scene. And so I was like, "Do you think I should go over and ask him for a photo?" And he's like, "Yeah, dude, you should try it before everyone else gets let inside the theater." And I go, "All right. Do you want to go with me?" And he goes, "Nah, I already have a picture with Reggie." I'm like, "What?" Whatever. And then I walked over, and I took a picture with Reggie. So, that's how I got my photo with Reggie Fils-Aimé. I bought a ticket to the Game Awards at the last second. I traded with a representative of Budweiser for a better seat. I got to go into the theater early because I had a better seat. And I got to meet Reggie Fils-Aimé because of that. And the guy that kept me company through it all was this fellow, Alex Correa. Now, I don't know that I've spoken to Alex since then. Every once in a while he'll post a funny tweet and I'll like it, and every once in a while I'll post a tweet and he'll like it. So in that regard, I'm glad that Alex and I are still just hanging out. What Alex is exactly up to these days and whether or not he's taken more photos with Reggie Fils-Aimé since then, I have no idea. But I thank him for hanging out with me during the 2015 Game Awards. And Alex, my good man, I hope you're doing well. Thank you for helping me get a photo with Reggie Fils-Aimé. Alright. Shall we keep going? TheJWittz! TheJWittz is a popular content creator in the YouTube space. He, these days, works for a bunch of other companies, but I think he also used to work with, like, Twitch and stuff, too. When I met him, he was working on various YouTube videos, and he was doing a video on the Nintendo 64 DD, which is a rare Japan-only expansion to the Nintendo 64 that I actually own. There's probably only a couple thousand ever. They are hard to come by, and I have one. And I have most of the games for it. Now, he wanted to do a video on it, and naturally, because so few people have them, the amount of footage that exists for Nintendo 64 DD games is also very scarce. So he reached out to me, just in an email. He's like, hi. He was very professional. And he's like, my name is Joshua. I'm working on a video of the Nintendo 64 disk drive. I was wondering if I could use some of your footage. And I was like, hi, TheJWittz. I know who you are. I appreciate you reaching out. Yeah, you're more than welcome to use my footage. I really appreciate it. And then, you know, we kind of like cut the professional chatter. It was a whole lot more casual. And from there, he followed me on Twitter and I followed him back. And he's used my footage a couple times since then because I would later go on to become friends with his editor at the time, who was Jimmy Sunder. We'll get to that in a little bit. And the TheJWittz ultimately just became a good friend of mine. He and I saw each other a couple times at E3, and I don't know if he was at PAX, but I definitely saw him at E3. And he and I even did a video on Pokemon Scarlet together. He was one of my guests, and he tried to help me catch some shiny Pokemon. I think he did catch a shiny Pokemon. I didn't get one in the video that I did with him, but I would get shiny Pokemon later on. Yeah, just like an all-around good dude. These days, I think he's married. I think he has a kid. So maybe that's why he's not doing YouTube videos as frequently anymore. But he's just a good guy. I'm happy that I got to meet him. I'm happy that he was able to use my footage. I'm glad that he reached out to me. I'm glad that I was able to see him a couple times at events. And I think he's been moving all over the map. So I think he lived in San Francisco for a time. And that's why I was able to see him at E3. And then maybe he moved back to Chicago, I think. So I'll see him again someday. TheJWittz, you're a good guy. You've been very kind to me. I'm glad we could have a friendly and professional relationship with one another, and I hope you are doing well, my good man. Garrett Williamson is a super talented musician. Garrett Williamson has worked on a lot of music for things like Scott the Woz, The Completionist. I guess he was the composer for No Straight Roads. I didn't know that. Oh, today I learned something new. Dude is incredibly talented. He did the music that I use for my Splatoon 3 intros. That's all him. He gets a constant recommendation from me. He does remixes. He's worked with a lot of other YouTubers to create albums and whatnot. Like he worked with Youngtown and whatnot. Dude is remarkably talented. Makes music of basically all genres, but I think the music from him that I enjoy the most is the work that he does that's more like funky. You know, more upbeat, jamming, ready to go. So he's done remixes of other games that have had some funk or some disco to them. I am, like, honored to be able to work with this guy. I reached out and was like, do you take commissions, or are you willing to do my Splatoon 3 intro? And he was like, absolutely. And he knocked it out of the park. Love it. He is so good at making music. I am a little surprised that he has not, like, shown up in a major like Sonic game or something. I think he's worked with some companies, like it's, you know, it says right here he worked with No Straight Roads. That's awesome. I have no doubt that this guy is going to be successful. I like this guy like sees music in his sleep, or it feels that way. Garrett's gonna take off, and I'm glad that I got to know him before he ultimately just explodes in popularity and success. He's great. He's done a lot of music. You'll see his name in a lot of other stuff. His name just shows up everywhere. And I'm happy that I got to meet him and know him. So Garrett, thank you for everything, man. You are a remarkably talented individual, and I hope that you find success in your future work. Aatrox! Oh, man. You want to talk about talent? Aatrox is so good. The dude is an artist and an animator. He just, like, gets cartoon characters. He's very good at drawing characters in these bouncy poses. He does storyboards. He might do some in-between work. He's worked on a lot of stuff that Studio Yada has worked on. So, in more recent times, Studio Yada has worked on OKKO. And I believe these days, they work, or at least Aatrox has worked on a show that I love called Smiling Friends. So he's actively involved in a lot of other popular animated projects. He worked on a comic, and he gave me a copy of the comic. I have it sitting in my closet, and he gave me some pins, and I was just like so honored I was like, oh my god, like, this guy's gonna go on to become the next Walt Disney, basically, and I have a copy of one of the first things he ever produced. So when this guy becomes rich and famous and you see his work plastered all over billboards and everything, I can say that I knew him first. We went to Disneyland together in 2016, and that was a very fun time. We played Splatoon together in 2015 on our Wii U's. He was in a couple of my Mario Kart videos. We haven't played anything in a while. I think the most recent thing we might have played was ARMS, and that was fun. Aatrox is just so funny. He's so remarkably talented, and he's so just passionate about what he does, and I find that really, really admirable. If you go to his account, you'll see a lot of the work that he's done. Chances are, if you like the type of stuff that I like, you've seen his work in something. You've seen his work in Smiling Friends or OKKO or a lot of Newgrounds animations. Studio Yada is involved with a lot of stuff, and because Studio Yada is involved with a lot of stuff, he's involved in a lot of stuff. So Aatrox, I am so honored to be able to call you a friend, my man. I hope you keep at it. I hope you knock it out of the park, because I know you can do it. And I'm glad that, if nothing else, we got to play Splatoon together a bunch of times. So, thank you for everything, my man. I hope you're doing well. Alright, how's the chat doing? You guys can all hear me and stuff, right? Like, is the music too loud? Do I gotta redo anything? I don't know. I just want to make sure, I want to make sure that everything's coming in clear, that you guys can hear me. Is everyone okay? Because this is just like vibing. I'll get to Zelda Universe in a moment. But I just want to make sure you guys can... Alright, cool. I'm going to barely hear the music. That's fine. You're not really supposed to hear the music all that much. Like, I can raise it up a little bit. But yeah, I don't want to have to fight with the music. Like, that's supposed to be pretty quiet. Alright. Well, then I'll take a sip of water. And then we'll continue on with Zelda Universe. Okay. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 moment. Just want to make sure I don't have anything else going on. I know it's not super professional for me to be doing this right now, but I gotta do it. Alright, we good? We're set? Alright, you guys ready to talk about some Zelda Universe? The best place to be a Legend of Zelda fan? Yeah, so I'm like honored that I even get to work with some of the people that work on Zelda Universe, because this is a really cool bunch of people. And in a moment, we'll soon approach the individual accounts of people that I follow that work on Zelda Universe. But as a whole, the website of Zelda Universe, the group of Zelda Universe, just what a batch of like some of the friendliest, loveliest people. Now, the reason I follow them is because I think around this time, we were getting ready to attend E3 2016, and at E3 2016, Nintendo's only game was going to be The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. So that meant that this was Zelda Universe's playground. This was like Zelda Universe's prime time to shine. You are a channel that focuses on Zelda, and Nintendo's only focus at E3 this year, or primary focus at E3, is going to be Zelda. So get in contact with Zelda Universe, because they're going to be your best ally when you go to E3. And sure enough, that's what I did. I got in contact with Zelda Universe. I've shared footage with them and worked with them to gather information and take pictures and photos and whatnot. And to this day, I still occasionally work with them. They've done charity events where they've invited me on as a guest. I've done a panel with them at PAX West where we talked about characters from Breath of the Wild, and that was fun because there's a part where I talk about, like, Rivali is this cocky, arrogant a-hole, and what does it matter? He dies everywhere. He dies anyway, and the whole audience just starts laughing. Yeah, Zelda Universe is just like the loveliest group of people. They strike a nice balance between maintaining a sense of professionalism, but also just having fun with it all. And I'm glad that I've been able to work with them, and I'm glad that I can call a lot of people that work on that website my friends. And they really are a good database too. Genuinely, I've used them a couple of times when working on Breath of the Wild. And I used him a little bit, I think when I was working on Completionist videos, I used their website to like cross-reference certain information, because admittedly, I'm not a huge Zelda fan. Like, I only started getting into Zelda following Breath of the Wild. So they've been a good job. Their website does a good job at bringing me up to speed. So yeah, ultimately, just a good group of people. We'll get into the individual accounts in just a moment, but I am glad that I can at least be somewhat affiliated with Zelda Universe. So, that's awesome. Sarge! I met Sarge through Splatoon. I think PK Sparks introduced me to him. Either PK Sparks or maybe Dominic, Ultranic24, introduced me to Sarge. And Sarge proved himself as a very competent Splatoon player. Now, whether or not he still plays Splatoon, I'm not certain. I haven't played with him in a while, but back in the day, we played Splatoon all the time. Dude was very competent. Did we ever play Smash? I'm not sure if we played Smash, but Sarge was always just a very generous fellow to me. I'm pretty sure he still plays Splatoon, but I struggle to say that with certainty just because I haven't spoken to him in a while. But Sarge was just always a good guy. And if he still plays Splatoon, I would absolutely be down to play Splatoon with him again. Nothing but good memories with this guy. He was always more quiet, but he was always very respectful. And I always appreciated that about him. So, Sarge, hey man, I hope you're doing well. If you ever want to play more Splatoon, if you're still playing Splatoon, hit me up. You get a free pass. You get a free invite to if you ever want to play Splatoon again. Casey. So, in the previous live stream, I talked about Matthew Morandi, who also went by the name of Yoshi1Up. And Casey is his partner. I met her, I think, at PAX Prime or PAX West 2015, because we all roomed together. And yeah, she trains horses. But yeah, I met her. She was very sweet. And when that PAX Prime, that PAX West, it was kind of a cluster. I put everyone into one big hotel room. Not the best idea on my part because it was very crowded, but she was a good sport through it all, and she was very, very kind through it all. And I really respect her about that. And she had a way of just kind of like talking and explaining things as though she were some form of maybe like therapist or psychiatrist. Very sweet, very professional, very patient. And yeah, she does say that she trains horses. And that is like the one thing I remembered about her even prior to seeing her icon here, where it's like her with the horse. Yeah, she was very cool. I don't think I've spoken to her a whole lot since PAX. I think I spoke to maybe Matthew Morandi like once or twice, and then she was in the background. But otherwise, she and I have not personally spoken in a while, but it would be nice to hang out with her again. Casey, I hope you're doing well. Thank you for everything, and thank you for putting up with me during that one PAX. That was a lot, but I'm glad that we all made it through it. T-Sam. Alright, so there was a time when I was playing Smash for Wii U, and I had a bunch of replays saved, and I updated my game, which meant that a lot of my replays were no longer compatible. T-Sam was able to recover those replays for me. I specifically remember the reason I wanted to recover my old Smash Wii U replays so badly was because there was a replay where I was casually playing with another player, and we were both Little Mac, and we both KO punched each other on the exact same frame, and literally both shot up to the ceiling on the exact same frame, and died on the exact same frame. It was so funny. I guess I could recreate it, but the fact that it just happened in the moment, two Little Mac players in Smash KO punching each other on the exact same frame and dying at the exact same time, that was my favorite replay. And I lost it because I updated my system. And I tried not to update it. Darn it, like I unplugged my Wii U and like disconnected it from the internet and disabled automatic updates, or so I thought, and it's still updated. And I was like, I refuse to delete the replays. I refuse to do anything until I can recover them properly. And T-Sam here got him. He saved my replays. Now, these days, I don't know the exact work that he does with like Smash mods or anything. It looks like he plays Pichu. That's pretty hype. I have not spoken to him in a while. My understanding is that he's still relatively well known in the Smash community, so he's still a good guy to know. But I know him because he saved like data for me. He saved something that was very valuable to me. So in that regard, this dude's a hero. And the fact that he was able to do that also shows that dude's pretty freaking smart. Dude was able to recover data that other people couldn't get from me. Could other people recover this data from me? Probably. But T-Sam is the one that stepped up and actually recovered it for me. And so in that regard, I'm happy that I got to meet him and got to know him. So T-Sam, hey, you are a talented and helpful individual, and I'm glad that I got to meet you, and I hope that you're doing well. Maybe we'll chat again someday. Hopefully it's not because I need to save more replays. But, hey, if you need something, though, I owe you one. So thank you. Justin Leal. Okay, so when I started to do Pokemon Bata for Pokemon Sun and Moon, I reached out to Justin Leal because he was able to create artwork that matched the Ken Sugimori style of artwork. So let me give you an example. In fact, I might even, I could probably flat out show the artwork. You guys ready for some behind the scenes? Check this out. Oh, it's not going to be, it's probably not going to be on here. Yeah, this is it. He drew this. Alright? Look how cool that is. It looks like the artwork that's used in Pokemon X and Y. Like, when you start a trainer battle and it shows, like, the little drawing of the characters before you actually see the Pokemon they send out. That's what he was able to draw. And he just, like, knocked it out of the park. He was great. So, yeah, then this piece has a white gap there that I have to delete whenever I throw it on the thumbnails. But yeah, that's Justin Leal. Justin Leal, like, was able to more or less perfectly match the artwork done for Pokemon X and Y. So I commissioned him, and he drew those art pieces for me, and then I used them on the thumbnails for my Pokemon Sun and Moon and Sword and Shield videos. For Scarlet and Violet, I have since then commissioned Charles. Nothing against Justin Leal. We still follow each other. It was just at the time, I just needed something quick, and Charles was able to get it to me. But Justin is an incredibly talented individual, and if you want to see more of his artwork, cannot express how amazing he is enough. So Justin, thank you so much, man. I'm glad that you were able to step in and help me get my Pokemon artwork, and I know that you are still a super talented artistic individual, and I hope that you're able to pursue a passion in your art. It looks like he's an animator now at TheJWittz. I don't know, but he's an animator, and he's following his dreams, and I can only respect that. Bradley Craigen. He works at TikTok Games? Dang, dude's crushing it. Well, I know Bradley for two reasons. One, my name is Bradley. We're both Bradleys, and we Bradleys gotta stick together. Two, to give you a better answer, so Bradley Craigen at least used to live in the Los Angeles area, and around this time that I met him, I was a Nintendo brand ambassador, he was a Nintendo brand ambassador, and sometimes we'd get invited to the same events. And that was funny because sometimes Nintendo would mix us up. I think there's even one or two instances where Nintendo meant to send me a game and they sent it to him by accident and vice versa. They meant to send him a game, sent it to me instead. But yeah, there were times when we'd tag team certain events together, and we were both Bradleys that were Nintendo ambassadors. How cool is that? I haven't spoken to him in a while. It looks like he's busy designing games at TikTok Games, and you know what? That's really cool. So hey, Bradley, as a fellow Bradley, if you need something, feel free to reach out. Otherwise, I hope you are doing well. I hope you are crushing it in the game industry, and I'm glad that I got to work with you at Nintendo events. Ash Paulson! So, much like Bradley Craigen, Ash Paulson and I used to just tag team Nintendo events because we get invited together, and at these Nintendo events, sometimes there'd only be like 5 or 6 people. Sometimes there'd be like 30. But in either case, Ash and I usually tag teamed it. And we especially tag teamed these Nintendo events when Nintendo would invite us to Smash events. So Ash and I would play a lot. And a lot of the Smash Ultimate preview videos that were uploaded to Game Explain back in the day, it was usually Ash playing against me. So Ash was kicking my butt in those videos. These days, he works for Good Vibes Gaming. And he's been crushing it on there as well. Dude is just a genuinely good guy. He always gives off good vibes, hence Good Vibes Gaming. And Ash is just, I don't know, I'm happy that I got to know him. I'm glad that I was able to work with him. I'm glad that he's invited me onto Good Vibes Gaming a couple times. Yeah, I think the first time I was on Good Vibes Gaming, it was him that reached out to me. He was like, hey, do you want to be a guest? And I was like, yeah, I want to be a guest. He's just such a fun guy. Such a sweet fellow. We've met a couple times at events like PAX and whatnot, because I think he still lives on the West Coast. I don't know if he's still in Los Angeles, but he's still on the West Coast, so we'll still see each other at events. Yeah, just what a cool guy. What a very professional, outgoing guy. Happy to be able to call him a mutual, if not a friend. And I'm glad that he's invited me on to Good Vibes Gaming, because more than once too. Like, always a pleasure working with him, always a pleasure chatting with him. Glad that I was able to work with him on multiple events, and I'm glad that we're still like willing to work with each other on events. I think that's pretty cool. Swoozie. Alright, get this, alright? Get this. So if you don't know who Swoozie is a very popular YouTuber who made it big because he used to share stories about how he used to work at Disneyland, or Disney World, rather. He used to work at Disney World and shared stories, and they were animated, and they were funny. Alright, dude did a great job putting those videos together and telling his story. Now, in 2015, I randomly visited the YouTube headquarters. I got to visit that with Tails' channel, Matthew Mannheimer. And in the back of the office, they were like practicing flying a drone and experimenting with these new cameras, and there were a bunch of guys out there, and apparently one of these guys out there was famous. So I was like, I don't know who you are, but can I get a picture with you? And he was like, yeah, sure. So we take this selfie. I was like, all right, pleasure meeting you, man. I'll figure out who you are one day. And he was laughing. He's like, all right, thanks, man. I did not realize till like a year later that the person that I met when I visited YouTube was Swoozie. And so I tweeted that out. I was like, Swoozie, oh my god! I randomly visited you at YouTube. Do you remember? And he responded. He was like, yes, I do. That's so funny. And then he followed me back on Twitter. So yeah, this dude, I randomly met him, knew he was famous but didn't know who he was, took a picture with him, and then a year later, tweeted it out, and was rewarded for it. And I just think that that's so funny. So that's how I met Swoozie. Obviously, because of that encounter, I have nothing but good things to say about him. But he's also just a very talented and very funny individual, too, if you watch his videos. They're just fun. Like, honestly, if you don't have a preference of what you want to watch and you just need some background noise, you just want, like, a quick laugh, you can watch his Disney World videos. They're so funny. So, yeah, Swoozie's great. Thank you for everything, Swoozie. Thanks for thanks for taking that picture with me. Stealth! Stealth, stealth, stealth! So, if you are keeping up to date with gaming news, especially Nintendo news, you probably know Stealth. He is the guy to know. And he is still the guy to know. He regularly posts about Nintendo news. He's weighing in his opinion on different gaming industry news. And he's even in a couple of the Discord group chats that I'm in too. Just a genuinely swell guy, always up to date. He's basically my sounds mean to say this. He's basically my newspaper. He's the guy that I follow because I want to make sure I'm caught up on everything. Caught up on interviews, company decisions, maybe gaming announcements that occurred in the morning that I didn't see. Stealth is the guy to know. And he's also been very nice to me. I've asked him 1 or 2 questions when I was writing for Go Nintendo, and he was very quick and very professional to respond. He always maintains a sense of professionalism, so he's not really going to go around dropping curse words at people. He's just going to provide his professional input and weigh in a way that professionals should. But otherwise, genuinely, if you do want to keep up with gaming news and Nintendo news, and you want to know more than just what Nintendo of America posts, this is your guy. Alright? I am glad that I got to know Stealth. I don't think I've ever met him in person. I don't think there was ever an event where he and I both attended, but he's definitely an individual that I would be willing to meet someday, and I'm glad that if nothing else, we can have a working relationship with each other. So, Stealth, thank you for everything, my man. Happy that I got to know you. Alright, check this out, alright? Pokemon Go news. When Pokemon Go first came out, I didn't play it. I was not interested. I was like, I don't play mobile games. I don't have any interest in downloading this Pokemon mobile game, and I'm glad that people are playing it. Not really my thing. Alright. Then, it becomes this worldwide phenomenon. Oops! Looks like I missed out a little bit. I didn't play it for the first couple weeks. Eventually, I did cave into peer pressure, and I played it. And what also helped was that this news account followed me. This Twitter news account with over 1 million followers. And that follows exactly 69 people. Well, they followed me. Alright. Now, it is not officially with Nintendo or the Pokemon Company, but it is still a good source of information if you do play Pokemon Go. So I figured, well, Pokemon Go news follows me, and all my friends are playing Pokemon Go. Maybe I ought to play Pokemon Go. And I did, and I got some fun adventures with it. Like, I wound up just going where the game led me. And that wound up bringing me over to a college campus on the same day that they were having a fundraising movie night. And they were just playing Aladdin. And I was like, yeah, you know what, I'll stick around and at least wait until the genie sings his Friends Like Me song, and then I'll head home. And I got to meet up with a lot of people. I got to, you know what? Santa Monica Pier is one of my favorite places to go these days. And what helped me really appreciate Santa Monica Pier these days is Pokemon Go. Because Pokemon Go uses Santa Monica Pier as like a real-life safari zone. I remember Pokemon Go first came out, and there was kind of a problem where you were always encountering the same 3 or 4 Pokemon. But if you went to Santa Monica Pier, you caught everything. I remember just like one day in the middle of summer in 2016, I called an Uber over to Santa Monica Pier, and I booted up Pokemon Go, and I just had a big smile on my face, and like, I don't know, man, like, the world was a better place during that time. A little bit. At least in the Pokemon sense it was. And, oh, anyway, less about Pokemon Go, more about the news account. So I figured I ought to play Pokemon Go because of this news account. And now I still, at the very least, to this day, will boot up Pokemon Go to do a daily catch and a daily challenge and spin a daily stop. So I'm level 40 in Pokemon Go. I'm almost level 41. And I am glad that I played it. I put a little money into it. Probably not as much as some other people, but I put money into it usually right before I travel. Because I like to catch Pokemon and Pokemon Go as a souvenir. And I just think it's cool that I got followed by an account with 1 million followers. That was pretty cool. Yeah, Pokemon Go! I had a great time with that game. I think they kind of dropped the ball following its release because it became so successful, and then it kept crashing, and they keep doing these changes to the game that I don't necessarily agree with. But that doesn't change the fact that I still had a fantastic time playing the game, and that it formed new memories for me. Dan Sheridan. So, much like how Kelly Egan was kind of my contact for Nintendo, Dan Sheridan was basically my contact for Sega. That is to say, he was the guy that monitored me and made sure that I was covering Sega content. And he is the guy that kind of gave me hookups when I went to E3 and PAX and wanted to explore Sega booths and whatnot. Like, he was the guy. So it stands to reason that if he's the guy and he's going to be my point of contact, that we should follow each other on Twitter. These days, it looks like he doesn't work at Sega anymore. He looks at Techland Games. But you know what? That doesn't change the fact that this is a fellow that helped me a lot. And that he is a very professional person that deserves all the success in the world. So, Dan, thank you for being professional with me and providing opportunities with companies like Sega. And I hope that you are successful in your future, my man. Emily, alright, hang on. Before we dive into this one, let me have a little more water. The Pokemon Go craze was something I didn't get into initially, but I remember those days fondly back when everyone played it. Yeah. It was kind of cool. And obviously there were other news stories that came out of it too, like a whole lot of people trespassing, a whole lot of people getting into car accidents, groups forming in overpopulated areas in like New York and stuff. Pokemon Go, man. I don't think we're gonna have anything like that ever again. I still occasionally play Pokemon Go, and it's cool. You know what? Actually, it was cool to go to Japan and find fellow Pokemon Go players. That was really cool. But like, I don't think there will ever be a point in time that will be able to replicate the first month of Pokemon Go just existing. So I got to join in on the tail end of that. All right, you guys ready to talk about Emily? All right, let's talk about Emily. So, oh, hang on. I think the closest we got to that since then was Among Us during the lockdown. Among Us, I think Animal Crossing would probably be a better example. Among Us was a very popular game during the lockdown, but the thing that made Pokemon Go such a monumental game was the sense of unity that it created among not like-minded people, but like oppositely minded people. And Animal Crossing was very similar, that it provided a sense of unity among people that may not have always gotten along. But yeah, Among Us like took off because of the pandemic. But Pokemon Go was just like phenomenon. Really is the right word to describe it. There's a sense of unity among us. Yeah, no, yeah. Okay, let's talk about Emily. So, in the gaming industry back in the day, Emily was a very prominent figure who was very well known. Oh, hang on, I'm tripping over my headphone cord. Let me start over. Back in the day, when you were writing for gaming websites, in my case I wrote for Go Nintendo, Emily was a very prominent figure. She was the one that was usually relaying rumors and news, some of which turned out to be true, some of which did not turn out to be true, and some of which may still have yet to be true, right? Like, I think a popular rumor that she might be well known for is the fact that Mother 3 was going to be released in English on the Wii U. And there's a part of me that believes that maybe at one point in time that was going to be true. But yeah, she was a journalist in the gaming industry that sometimes had inside knowledge that she would report on that would turn out to be true. And that was more common in the Wii U days because Nintendo, for the lack of a better explanation, Nintendo was a very different type of company back then than they are now. There's a lot of similarities. There's still a lot of like sturdiness and strictness that they have. But Emily was definitely the one who kind of gave us a little peek into what they could potentially be working on. These days, it looks like she's privated her Twitter account, and I get it. People used to harass her because she would report on these rumors, and people would say, "You're a liar. You're doing this for clout." Da 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 da. I don't think she was doing it for clout. I think she genuinely was just reporting on stuff that may or may not have been true. But yeah, I'm glad that I was able to speak to her a couple of times. I'm glad that I was able to refer to her when reporting on stuff on Go Nintendo. And ultimately, she's been a very valuable asset in the gaming community. So I hope she's doing well. Hope she's doing well. Amanda! So earlier I talked about Zelda Universe and how they are just the most lovely bunch of people. And Amanda is kind of like the pinnacle of that. Amanda has been nothing but sweet and patient and outgoing whenever I've asked her for anything. And there was even a time when I was in a Discord group with some of my friends, and she's one of the people in one of those groups. And I was like, "Hey, you guys know how you say if I ever need someone to talk to that you'll jump up and you'll listen? Well, I need someone to talk to." And she immediately like got up and was like, "All right, what do you need? What can I help you with?" And she listened to me for like an hour or two, and that really meant a lot to me. Otherwise, she's always been fun to see at events. Usually whenever we see each other, we're very quick to like snap a picture with each other. We basically do that at every event, and I'm fine to keep doing that at events. Yeah, she has provided me opportunities to work with Zelda Universe, and she has been nothing but sweet and loyal with my friends and her company, and it's been a pleasure to get to know Amanda. So Amanda, in the truest sense, thank you for everything. You've really helped me through some tough times, and I'm glad that I've gotten to know you. Jolly! Miss Jolly! So earlier I talked about Aatrox. This is Aatrox's friend, and Jolly was the person who drew my artwork for my Smash 3DS and Smash Wii U finale videos. And I went to Disneyland with her and Aatrox in 2016. And that was just a lot of fun. And I remember she said that she either had never gone to Disneyland. No. She hadn't gone to Disneyland too many times or something like that. So we all went to Disneyland. And when the day at Disneyland was over, she was really grateful. And she's like, wow, that was one of like the most fun experiences I had at Disneyland. Because I've been to Disneyland a couple of times, so I know how to like play the park, you know? I know like you're supposed to go, you gotta go on Space Mountain first, and then you gotta get a fast pass for this ride in the interim, and then you gotta like do all the other stuff in Tomorrowland, and then you gotta go over and do Indiana Jones, and just a bunch of stuff. And yeah, she told me she had a fun time, and she's drawn artwork. Very talented individual, genuinely. She does a lot of different art styles. She has her own like cartoon style that I just really appreciate, and that's why I commissioned her to draw artwork for my Smash 3DS and Smash Wii U finale videos. Just a very talented individual, and I'm glad that I got to know her. Jolly, we haven't spoken in a while, but I really hope that you're doing well. At Disneyland, Fast Passes let you, at the very least, skip a majority of the ride. So, there's actually a very good documentary about why Fast Passes exist, but in layman's terms, Disney wants you to get on rides as quickly as possible. They don't want you waiting in line, because the time you spend waiting in line is time you could be buying souvenirs and buying food and stuff, right? So they want you to be able to go on rides as frequently as possible and move on to the next ride. So the Fast Passes generally do let you get onto rides pretty quickly. But you can only have them, you can only have so many Fast Passes at a time. Yeah, you can only have so many Fast Passes at a time, and you can't get another Fast Pass until your previous one expires, and it's a whole strategy, which is why if you go to Disneyland for the first time, you should probably go with someone who's gone to the park before, so you really know how to like play the park and really optimize your time. All right, you guys ready for me to talk about Ant Dude? How many people here know Ant Dude? Ant Dude. Yeah, look, Ant Dude is such an inspiring fellow. Dude's really taken off in popularity, and I'm really happy for him. Ant Dude and I started to know each other because we used to room together at PAX East. So we would go to, I think starting in 2017, we would go to PAX East, and our group of 4 people that would share a hotel room were Gilly the Kid, Bit Nerd of Game Explain and Good Vibes Gaming fame, and Ant Dude. And it was the 4 of us. And I knew him there, and I think like when we went to the airport, we went to the airport together, and we saw each other off. These days, dude, this dude's just busy, right? Like, this dude's really just exploded in popularity. But, you know, I'm really honored that I get to call him a friend. I mean, look, Ant Dude, whether or not you want to admit it, you and I have shared a bed at a convention before. No, as the years have gone on, though, as he's, like, started to actually date people, he's been upfront with me. He's like, hey, we're probably not going to be rooming together at PAX East anymore because my friends and I have girlfriends and we'd rather share the hotel rooms with them. And I was like, totally get it. All good. But we'll still say hi to each other at conventions and whatnot. Yeah, dude is just very genuine. He's very nice. He's very good at what he does. He's funny. He's like genuinely funny. Every once in a while, I'll invite him to something and he will say yes. Like I invited him to Mario Kart back in 2017. Yeah, and he was more than willing to play. Usually he is just busy though. I think he lives in Seattle these days. So I might see him at like PAX West or something. But yeah, he's just a good guy. He's funny. He's the whole package. He's very genuine. I wouldn't keep chatting with him if he wasn't genuine. He's loyal, trustworthy, nice, funny. He's just like a perfect human being. Yeah, Ant Dude, I hope you're doing well, man. Thank you for everything. Alright. Yeah! Alright, here we go. UD4TW. So, you guys know HMK? HM Killa? Does a bunch of Zelda and Kingdom Hearts videos. Very fun individual. This is a partner. And she and I met because of E3 2016. So HMK went to E3 2016, I went to E3 2016, and we wound up so Nintendo's big game there was Breath of the Wild, and the line for that was huge. But we waited in line together, so it was HMK, probably Skyward Wing. I think Glitch X City might have been with us. A couple of my friends, so CV Animation, and probably Tails Channel. And then yeah, UD4TW was in line with us. And we wound up getting dinner together a couple of times. We played Smash Wii U. 8-player Smash. I went over to their hotel. I hooked up my portable capture device. We played that. Then we went to like a nearby Mexican restaurant, I think, and we grabbed dinner there and we went back. Yeah, just E3 2016 was a little weird just because Nintendo only had the one game. But that E3 was like the E3 of friendships, man. That was fantastic. We had a great time hanging out with each other. She might have been in one or two of my videos since then, but I definitely met her because of HMK. Oh my god! Aunt dude, I didn't know you were gonna be here! If I knew you were gonna be here, I would have skipped over you! Hi, Aunt dude, thank you for stopping by. I don't normally stream, so I apologize for the unprofessionalism. When are we fighting IRL? I don't know. PAX? They have the PAX arena. Alright, you're on. I'm a scrawny man, so what I lack in power, I make up for in speed. I'll dodge everything. Who told you to come here? Nah, dude, I didn't slander you at all. I only had good things to say. I think the only thing I said was, like, whether you want to admit it or not, you and I have shared a hotel room together. Oh, okay, well, fair enough. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Nah, Aunt, dude, you're a good guy. I'm happy to know you. Yeah, I'm basically going through everyone I follow on Twitter, and I'm finding something nice to say about all of them, but I didn't know who was and wasn't going to be here. Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, I'll be at PAX West and Nintendo Live. I'm also trying to move to Seattle, but I need, you know how being a YouTuber is, I need a bit more of a sustainable income first. But I'm working on it. But yeah, Auntie, thanks for stopping by. Thank you for everything, man. You're a genuinely good guy, and I have nothing but good things to say about you. So, thank you, man. Yeah, I'll see you at PAX, and if I don't see you at PAX, I'll see you sometime in the future. You got it, my man. And hey, same to you. If you're ever like in Los Angeles or Hollywood, like you're trying to go to Super Nintendo World or something, I can get you from the airport or whatever. You just let me know. Thanks for everything. All right, let me take some water. I didn't know Aunt Dude was going to be here. I'm like blushing now. Alright. Here we go. Thanks, man. Have a good one. Alright, well, that was a pleasant surprise. Alright, yeah. UD4TW, though. Just an awesome woman, man. She was very, very fun. Very good vibes. Waited in line with her for... we waited in line with for Breath of the Wild. We played games during ET 2016. That was just like a very fun friendship bonding experience. Good stuff. Alright, Sam. Are you in here? Is Sam in here? I gotta make sure she's not in here so I can say good things about her. Alright. Sam, speak up or forever have good things said about you. Alright, cool. Alright. One other person that I had the pleasure to meet at E3 2016 was Nintendo Fangirl, who has since then become a very good and very close friend of mine. So, Nintendo Fangirl is just like one of the greatest people I've ever had the pleasure to meet. We've done a lot more in recent years than we did in 2016. In 2016, like, we hung out. But since then, like, anytime there's a Nintendo game with multiplayer, we can usually count on each other being available to play with one another. So, like, she's played Advance Wars with me. She and I were on Team Courage for the Splatoon 3 Splatfest. She's been in a bunch of my Mario Kart videos. She's played... I think she played Smash Wii U with me back in the day, but that one I'm a little less certain about. But I've been on her channel a couple of times, too. And you know what? Like, she definitely deserves the success that she has. She has been a very positive, very fun person to be around. It's always a pleasure to see her at events. I know that she recently won the PAX Arena at PAX, I guess that would be PAX East. She won, and I was like, I knew that person! Ah, good job! So, that's cool. Yeah, and also, because we were both Nintendo brand ambassadors, it made it easy for us to kind of rely on each other. Like, you know, usually when you're a brand ambassador, you can't really talk about a lot of things to the public, so you kind of only talk about things to other brand ambassadors. So we would usually chat with each other. Like, I guess I could talk about brand ambassador stuff with, like, Chugga Conroy, but usually Chugga and I are talking about everything else. So Sam, Nintendo Fangirl, was usually, like, we could be down to earth about that stuff and just talk about, like, hey, did Nintendo give you this guideline? Are you going to be at this event? Yada, yada, yada. Always a pleasure to see her. Always a pleasure to do videos with her. And genuinely just, like, one of the greatest people I've ever had the pleasure to meet. So, Sam, Nintendo Fangirl, thank you for everything. We'll probably play Mario Kart in a week. I'll talk to you later. But yeah, she's just, like, this fantastic person. And I'm hoping that everyone here can spread the love and support. Alright, Sean, I don't know if I've ever met a more promising individual. Sean was part of the Smashified team, the team that would take characters and make them look like renders for Smash 3DS Wii U. These days the team is called Curiomatic. This guy, this freaking guy, is so talented, it's frustrating. Because I will never be on the same level of talent and being able to express my creativity as this guy. This freaking guy puts, like, my own work to shame. Alright? You guys should see some of the stuff that this guy has made. Okay? He's done 2D artwork. He's a 3D modder. I think he's done some animation artwork because he did that, like, Mother 3 Reimagined project. This freaking guy, I am so honored that I know him. It's just so frustrating to know him because he is so freaking good at everything that he's ever set his mind to. Give other people a chance, Sean. What the heck, man? How are the rest of us supposed to stand a chance when you're out here giving it 110% and everything? How am I supposed to keep up? Like, you know, this is like Saitama fighting Krillin. Or Yamcha, right? No, it's like Saitama fighting Hercule, or whatever. I don't know. I don't watch enough anime, alright? This dude, he's so freaking talented, man. He's so good at everything he does. But, I'm happy that I get to know him. I'm happy that I got to know him. Did he do something for me? Did I commission him to do something? I don't remember, but I'm happy that I got to know him. And anytime I see him post, like, a 3D model that he made, or an animation, or a piece of artwork that he made, I'm always like, that's so good, but it's so frustrating that I will never be as good as you. And I know you're not supposed to compare yourself to others, but how am I supposed to, like, not do that when I want the talent that this guy has? Sean, you are unbelievably, you're unbelievable. How do you exist? You are so good at everything that you do. I hope that you find, I don't even have to hope. You're gonna find success in everything that you do, man. You're fine. You're set for life, all right? You are so talented. You're so good at everything that you do. If there's anything that I can do for you, please ask. All right? I want to be involved in your life. Because you're gonna make it. You're gonna be fine. All right? So that's Sean. All right? All right. Let's take a little break. And then I need to like stretch and get some water and stuff because we're gonna be at this for a couple more hours. I've already been at this for an hour, so I'm gonna roll some ads, and then when that's done, give me like a minute or two afterward, and then I'll come back. I'll continue off with TheJWittz. All right, so I'm gonna put you guys with the blue Pikmin. I'll raise the music. We got some Pizza Tower music, and I hope you enjoy. Wait, don't look at me! Don't look at me, sorry. You gotta understand that around my house, I sometimes wander these parts in my non-outside suit, if you will. But now I am ready. Okay. Are you folks ready? Because I'm ready. Let's continue where we left off, shall we? Okay, TheJWittz. So, as a reporter for GoNintendo.com, it was important for me to follow and gather news and information from a variety of different people and outlets. And naturally, as someone who writes for Nintendo websites, we also cover information from a lot of other third-party developers, and one of the more well-known developers for Nintendo systems is, ironically enough, Sega. So, TheJWittz was a Nintendo news website go-to. Like, if you wanted to follow news of other websites, TheJWittz was good for Sega news. And they reached out to me once or twice in the past to double-check stuff that I posted. Like, at this point, I was working more directly with Nintendo because I was a brand ambassador, and so sometimes I would get some Sega games, and they would embed it and get my permission and ask me for embargo rules and stuff like that, and I would answer them. So, ultimately, they were another gaming news website that proved to be useful in my journey as a journalist when I wrote for Go Nintendo, and I thank them for their assistance over the years. What's up, Sim23? Katie Love to Sing VA, the Quackinator, Reveneer, Jim Blast, Jim Blett. Yeah. Alright. How you guys all doing? I am trying to go through this. I am reading the chat, don't get me wrong. I'm just trying to, you know, we got a lot of people to go through. I'm probably only like 100 people in. See where this little gray bar is? We're not even halfway, folks. Doing my best, though. Alright. Alan Denton. So get this. Alright? Get this. Alan Denton is a writer for a lot of shows, including Sonic Boom. And that's how I met him. I went to the Sonic 25th anniversary concert at San Diego in 2016. And while I was there, I had the pleasure to meet Alan, and I took a picture with him. And he, like, randomly followed me one day. Or, like, well, randomly followed me, like, right after that event. It wasn't super random. But he followed me. And then I followed him back. And I remember there was one tweet of mine that he really liked. And it was something to the effect of, I tweeted out, "Life's like a video game. You gotta play life on hard mode to get the best ending." And he really liked that. Outside of that, yeah, he wrote for Sonic Boom. Dude is very funny. Like, even if you don't care about Sonic Boom or the shows he's worked on, his actual tweets are very, very funny. And I think he explained that his wife, every year for his birthday, makes him like a super extravagant themed cake, and then he posts a picture of that, and those are always super cool too. So if you just want like a funny Twitter account, or if you do like the Sonic Boom show or any of the other shows that he's written for, Unikitty, Transformers, what have you, dude is remarkably funny. Alright, and I'm glad that I got to meet him, and I'm glad that I got to take a picture of him, and I'm glad that we followed each other on Twitter. Alan, my good man, you are a talented and funny individual, and I hope that you find success in your future projects. Thank you for hanging out, and thank you for everything else. Keep up the good tweets. I like them. They're very funny. PD1all. PD1all is another person that is in the Pokemon community who may have found me because of my Pokemon Bata videos for Sun and Moon. I don't know that he and I ever fought each other. I think there was a time where we maybe considered doing some sort of collaborative video together, and that's why we initially followed each other, but ultimately we didn't do a collaborative video with each other. I don't 100% remember the reason we met, and I don't actually think we've done a video together. Like, I don't think that happened. I don't know if we met at a convention. I don't know if we both appeared in someone else's video, but somehow, someway, we at one point maybe planned to do some sort of Pokemon-related video with each other. We followed each other, and that never happened. Now, that does not change the fact that PD1all is a talented and popular content creator that was willing to give little old me a chance. That does not change the fact that I am ungrateful to have followed this talented young man, And that does not change the fact that we might still do some sort of Pokemon-related project in the future. I don't know. I'd have to contact him and check his availability. But otherwise, I'm afraid my actual origin story of meeting TheJWittz is a big question mark. But I'm happy that I know him. I'm happy that I can call him a mutual, if not a friend. And I'm glad that we're still following each other. So TheJWittz, I hope that you're keeping up the great work, my man. And maybe we should do a video one of these days. I don't know what you want to do. I don't know if you want to like battle or you want to do like a video on the Pokemon anime or something. But either way, whether we do a video or not, I hope you're doing well. Keep up the great work. Alright, Ganda Chris. Some of you folks might know Ganda Chris as the lovely individual who made those custom amiibo. The Reggie Fils-Aimé amiibo, the Satoru Iwata amiibo. Those are hers. And she is very talented in that regard, and she's also a Nintendo ambassador. So naturally, she and I saw each other at a fair share of Nintendo events. I think, though, the first time she and I may have actually met each other was in Las Vegas for EVO in 2017 or 2018. But otherwise, she originally got her start for making custom amiibo. I don't know if she still makes custom amiibo, but she was doing that during the height of the whole amiibo craze. Now that there really isn't an amiibo craze anymore, I think she's just moved on to becoming a content creator or a community manager in other aspects. But I'm happy that I got to meet her when I did. I think, though, our actual, like, starting to follow each other on Twitter originated because Pokemon Go News, right down here, wanted to do a giveaway with us. And as part of the giveaway, like, that involved, like, following the both of us on social media. So, yeah, she's a very, very talented and very fun, creative individual. And I'm glad that I got to know her and can call her a friend. So, Ganda Chris, hey, whether you're making custom amiibo or you're managing communities, I hope you find success in your work, and I thank you for hanging out with me back in the day. I really appreciate it. Let's see. Mally, okay. So, if you folks have ever watched 1 Minute Melee, or if you watched Death Battle back in the day, Mally was the lead animator. If you watch 1 Minute Melee, these days it'll tell you which episodes he's animated. I know for a fact he did Metal Sonic versus Bowser Jr., and he did, he might, or I don't know if this one's as certain, but I'm pretty sure he did Batman versus Iron Man. Batman versus Iron Man, I think, is one that he did. Either way, oh my god, he is such a talented animator. What the heck, dude? What in the world? You guys should see some of, he animates a bunch of fight scenes. Yeah, they're like some of the best sprite fight scenes I've ever seen. I'm not even kidding you. I am so blown away by all the work that he does. Now, the reason he and I follow each other is because I wanted to do a Smash Wii U recording session where I battled against the 3 main animators of Death Battle. So the current animator is CV Animation. Prior to that, it was Mally, 1 Minute Melee. And then prior to Mally, it was another creator, Jordan Lang, Mr. Lang. Also, you might also know him as Short Factor. So I was able to get all 3 of them and just kind of talk about animation while we played Smash Wii U in the background. And yeah, Mally is so freaking talented. I don't know what he's working on now, but I assume if you wanted to animate more fight scenes, or maybe he's tired of that. Maybe he just wants to animate for a show or like work on a game. Dude could absolutely do it. Mally is unbelievably talented. He is so good at animation. Like, if I ever want to work on a show with a fight sequence, I would love to, like, use him as, like, the lead animator, or, like, work off of him, like, see how he would go about a scene and take inspiration. Not just, like, carbon copy, but, like, get inspiration from the way he does his fight scenes. He is so good at animating fight scenes. Oh, my lord. Alright. Kristen. So we're going to have Kristen, and then we're going to have Kristen. Alright. So, Kristen is someone that I don't think I can comfortably discuss. Give me a second. I want to, like, make sure that this is the person that I think it is. Enjoy the Pikmin for a second. I'm gonna be real with you guys. I'm sorry to do this. I don't 100% remember who this person is. Because she's like one of the 3 people who I constantly get confused and mixed up with someone else. Give me one more second. Alright, there's not like anything super private on there. It's just a matter of I don't 100% remember who this is. Let's see. Yeah, that was Planet Robot music. We still have Planet Robot music playing right now. Hey Yoshiller, you picked your favorite Yoshi game? Oh, my favorite Yoshi game? Probably just the original Yoshi's Island. Genuinely, that's the game that made me love Yoshi in the first place. Although I grew up with the Game Boy Advance port of the game, which has some differences, but that's my favorite Yoshi game. And then second place is Woolly World. I know it's not really an original opinion. Those are the 2 like most favorited Yoshi games. Yeah, Yoshi's Island and then Yoshi's Woolly World. Yoshi's Island for sure though. Although I've never 100% completed it. I want to though. It's written. Oh, you guys can't see it. I have a little whiteboard here. It's written on one of the things I want to do. All right, shall we continue? Kristen Delgado. So, at this time, we are now at the tail end of 2016, and I have started working for the Completionist. So I went to his office, I went in for an interview, and Gerard hired me on the spot. And after the interview, he kind of brings me out into an open area with a bunch of other employees. He's like, all right, Bradley here is going to be our new employee. And then I start chatting with some of the other people that work in the office. Now, Kristen worked in the office, but she did not work for Gerard. So at Gerard's office, there were a couple of other content creators and influencers, and one of them was a creator by the name of Jesse Cox. Jesse had an editor, and he had an assistant. So his assistant is Kristen here. Kristen used to chat with me and the other employees in the interim because people like Gerard were usually busy filming, or Jesse was busy filming, so she would chat with us. But that also meant that when we'd go to big, like, group gatherings, Kristen was almost always invited. Like, when we had a company outing to go see Avengers or go grab dinner, Kristen was almost always invited. But yeah, she's a very pleasant person. She's very professional. She's very fun. She's very open-minded. She is very good at maintaining a conversation. And she's been nothing but kind and responsible since I've worked for Gerard and worked with the people in that office. So yeah, usually when I would go to the office to work on completion stuff for the day, because it was treated like a 9-to-5 job, or I say 9 to 5, we had a lot of late nights, but it was treated like a 9-to-5 job. I'd go in days of the week. Kristen was usually the person that I would speak to the most. So she was one of the first people I met when I worked for Gerard, and she was one of the first person from that office to follow me. So Kristen, thank you very much for everything. You have been a very helpful and beneficial person in my life. You have been very supportive, and I very, very much appreciate that, and I hope you're doing well. She, as far as I'm concerned, is not in that office anymore. I think a lot of stuff changed when the pandemic happened because a lot of people started to work from home, and I think she started to look for other work. Yeah, it looks like she's the global influencer for Riot Games. That's pretty cool. Yeah, so Kristen, thank you for everything. I hope you're doing well. Just the other day, she responded to one of my tweets because, I used to have an apartment, and in my room of the apartment, I had a toy train that went around my room, and she was one of the first people to see it. And I made a tweet about that toy train the other day, and she responded to it, and she's like, oh my god, I remember your toy train! I was just talking about it with people in my chat. Yeah, Kristen is just a very fantastic individual, and I'm glad that I've had the chance to know her. Kristen, thank you for everything. I hope you're doing well. Alright, you guys ready? Because now what we're entering is the arc of when I started writing for The Completionist. Or I wrote for The Completionist, but when I started working for The Completionist. Now we're entering the arc of, like, people are calling me Bradley on the regular. I'm getting into the comfortability of editing for others. I'm working for people. I'm now committed to a full-time job. That is the arc we are getting into. All right, you guys ready? Because this is the cool stuff. Because not to say, like, you know, all the other people before this aren't cool, but this is the point where this is how most people are going to know me today. Like, obviously I've done a lot of work with Trigger Conroy. Obviously I had a lot of good working relationships with a lot of people in the gaming industry. But how do most people know me today is probably the work that I've done for people like The Completionist, Arlo, Source Gaming, you know, stuff like that. So now we're going to get into a lot of these people. So, Alex Fossiani. Alex Fossiani would go on to become my roommate. And we were roommates up until a couple months into the pandemic, and we were able to joke saying, well, if we could live together during the pandemic, we could live together during everything. I lived with him and his partner, Kells. We'll get to Kells in a little bit. Yeah, Alex was just a very, in the truest sense, a very chill guy to be around. I met him from working at The Completionist. He was the host of Super Beard Bros along with Gerard. And when I first started working on Completionist, they put me on some Super Beard Bros videos. So Super Beard Bros being the Let's Play channel that Gerard and Alex did. That's how I grew to have a working relationship with Alex. And that's how I would eventually go on to become roommates. Basically, at the time, I was not living close to the Completionist office. I was going quite the distance to work there every day. Meanwhile, Alex and Kells, they were living together, and they had another roommate, and that roommate had moved out, so they were in need of a roommate, and I figured, well, I've been looking for a closer place to live, so it's funny that we have this song playing, because this is the Furret song. This is the song from the Furret meme, and Alex's partner, Kells, has a giant Furret plush. So I guess getting into that, though, Alex and Kells used to record a Pokemon-themed show called TheJWittz while I worked at The Completionist. So The Completionist recorded his show, The Completionist. Alex and Kells recorded TheJWittz, and then Gerard and Alex would work together on Super Beard Bros. And then that was always just a cool thing to see each week, and I was even on an episode of TheJWittz. There was an episode where Kells was out of town, but Alex still wanted to do his weekly episode, and he needed a co-host, so he brought me in for an episode, and that was cool. That was like a high honor for me. But yeah, Alex and I shared an apartment space for a while. I usually like hung out in my room, but we'd like grab food together. We'd play games in the living room together. We'd just like watch certain movies and shows together. They had a dog named Wallace. Wallace would hang out on my bed from time to time. Yeah. Knowing Alex, that was a very fun time. Yeah, I liked living there. Ultimately, just like living circumstances change. There's no bad blood or anything. Like, well, he'll still like retweet my stuff, and I'll still comment on some of his stuff. I saw him not too long ago. Yeah, all in all, good guy. Hey, Alex, thanks for everything, man. You have been very helpful in my life and my career, and I thank you for the opportunities that you presented to me. I hope you and Kells are doing well. We'll get to Kells in like a couple minutes, but as far as Alex is concerned, yeah, Alex is just a very fun, funny guy. Very chill guy, and I've always respected him. Okay, so this fellow nowadays goes by the name of Rose, but when I worked with this person used to go by the name of Chris. So when I worked at the Completionist office, the main employees that I worked with were, in the beginning at least, were Patrick, Ted, and Chris. Now, Chris has since transitioned, and as such, Chris now goes by the name of Rose. But for the sake of this explanation, when I worked with Chris, he was still Chris. So, at the office, yeah, Chris and Ted were usually put on editing Super Beard Bros, and eventually Patrick and I formed the Completionist side of things. So, actually, when I first started working for Gerard had something called the Personal Channel. So I was the guy that edited that. There was a podcast, there was a kind of like whatever show where Gerard would just talk about personal anecdotes from his life, and then there was a show called Battle Square. Gerard had me work on that, and then we got rid of Battle Square because it was too time consuming. And when Gerard started to focus on his health more and started to work with a personal trainer, we launched a show called Buff Boys, and then I worked on that. And then ultimately, Gerard just didn't have enough time to work on the personal channel, so because Gerard wanted to do more content for the regular Completionist channel, so Gerard launched his New Game Plus show, and so Patrick wound up working on the Completionist, and I wound up working on New Game Plus, while Chris and Ted worked on Super Beard Bros. Anyway, Chris was always a very funny person to be around. Always was able to make me laugh. I remember he referred to McDonald's as Slippery D's. And that always, like, got a crack out of me. And then Gerard would react and be like, Slippery D's? No one calls it Slippery D's. And he'd be like, I call it Slippery D's. Yeah, so since then, Chris no longer works at Completionist, and he has now transitioned and is now known by the name of Rose. Now, Rose and I have played Pokemon battles together. Rose is a very big Pokemon enthusiast, and Rose, I believe, won that battle. I believe Rose played when we did Pokemon Sun and Moon, and Rose won. Oh, you know what? Actually, I can share this now. Sometimes when we worked at the Completionist, we would have Pokemon Showdown open in another monitor, and he would just, like, text me and be like, yo, you want to play Showdown? And I was like, yeah. And we would just play. And then I would win, and he would come downstairs and be like, F you, Bradley. Yeah, it was fun working with Rose. I haven't seen Rose in a couple years. Rose lives in Portland these days, and I just haven't been in Portland. But if I ever went to Portland, yeah, I'd go hang out with Rose in a heartbeat. Rose, thank you for everything, man. You always had a way of making me laugh. You're such a funny and talented individual, and I'm glad that I had the chance to know you, and I hope you're doing well. Alright, Super Beard Bros! This was the Let's Play channel formed by Gerard and Alex, and these days another funny individual by the name of Brett is part of it. So, Super Beard Bros, I had the pleasure of being able to edit a couple of videos for them. In fact, technically the first thing I ever did when I first started working for Gerard, he immediately made me edit the Super Beard Bros Drunk Bros episode of Mario is Missing. I think episode 3 was the very first thing I ever edited. And I remember he was pleased with my edits, and they had me as an editor in that office, and Gerard was impressed by the fact that I would get through my work. I would be like, alright, I'm done, what else you got for me? And he's like, what do you mean you're done? I was like, I'm done, I edited everything you gave to me. And so that's when he started putting me on the personal channel and started throwing more work my way. But yeah, Super Beard Bros, it's a Let's Play channel that's still going on to this day. I think they're Let's Playing Resident Evil 4 Remake, and might be Let's Playing... They were doing a Pokemon game. They were doing like Pokemon Heart Gold and Soul Silver for a while, and they named the rival after me. Yeah, I used to do things with Beard Bros. I was in a couple of their videos as more than just like a name. Like I was actually doing a couple of videos with them. There was one of the, I guess, like big things I did for them was they were doing a Let's Play of Pokemon Fire Red and Leaf Green, and they had this whole bit where Gerard and Alex were simultaneously playing the game, and Alex was trying to help Gerard catch a Pikachu, and Gerard accidentally KO'd it and blamed Alex, basically. And so later on in the Let's Play, just kind of as a little bit of a prank, I took their save files and I caught 6 Pikachu and replaced his entire team with Pikachu. And so Gerard's just like casually playing one day, and he sends out a Pikachu and is in complete shock. And he's like, what the F? Like, what happened to all my Pokemon? And found out that all of his Pokemon were Pikachu. So I did that. And then in Alex's game, I got him a Porygon. And I named him... I tried to name it Brad Was Here, but it didn't fit. So I just named it Brad Was Her. and I just hid it in his PC box waiting for something to happen. And he noticed it, and he also noticed, like, how did Bradley get a Porygon? And he found out that he had a bunch of cash, like, he had a bunch of money, and that his Persian that he used in the game was holding an amulet coin. And so he was like, did Bradley just grind a bunch of money so he could buy coins to get this Porygon? And that's exactly what I did. Anyway, so that's a positive memory I have of Super Beard Bros. But naturally, I followed Super Beard Bros because I used to edit for them. Until I was more centrally focused on the Completionist team. But yeah, Super Beard Bros, just a fun time. They do videos basically every single day. And it's been a pleasure to work with them. They've like discussed the idea of potentially having me on like a show or something. We'll see if that happens. If you guys want it, let me know. But yeah, nothing but good things to say about them. So if you guys want to watch some other Let's Play content that isn't my own, I give Super Beard Bros a positive recommendation. Very, very funny. Alright, on a similar note, there's Super Couch Fighters. So, also working in the Completionist office was a guy named Brett Bayonne. He is, at least was, I think he still is, maybe not. He was the lead writer for the Completionist. These days, I think he's just doing Super Couch Fighters, but he was the lead writer, so I got to work with him for quite a bit. And I carpooled with him, too, because I could pick him up and drop him off on the way from the office. And he didn't come in every single day of the week. I did. So it was convenient for him for me to pick him up. And I usually didn't mind, because usually he would peer review, he would spot check the Completionist episodes I was editing. He'd give me his notes, and then I'd take him home. So when I was done for the day, he was done for the day. All this to say, there was a time when he had a Let's Play channel called Super Couch Fighters, because Brett was a very big fan of fighting games. So he ran a YouTube channel where he could focus on fighting games. And I was on Super Couch Fighters a couple of times. He had me on to play King of Fighters, what would that have been, 14, I think, 14 or 15? And he had me on to play ARMS and Super Smash Brothers, and yeah, Brett is a very amazing individual, but Brett is only half of the channel. The other half of the channel was a man named Michael Santel, who was also a very funny, very enthusiastic individual. I did not speak to Michael Santel as much because I only saw him when he would come in to record Super Couch Fighters, whereas I worked with Brett on a more personal basis. But Santel came to the office a little more often because he was working on other videos with Jesse Cox, who also worked in the office. So I got to see him for that. And then Michael Santel also went with me to EVO one year, where did he and I share a bed, or did I share that with Ted? I don't 100% remember, but yeah, so all this to say, so I worked with Brett a lot, and I spoke to Michael Santel a lot, so naturally I became a fan of their channel, Super Couch Fighters. They don't do videos on it anymore. Brett would later go on to do another channel called Weekend Warrior, and then I think the pandemic kind of messed that up a bit. But it doesn't change the fact that these are two amazing individuals, and I'm glad that I've had the chance to meet them and work with them. So that's Super Couch Fighters, and you can still go back and take a look at their videos. They're very cool. Brett still streams. Brett D. Bayonne. Shaper of Stories, I think, is what his tag is. So if you want to watch Brett, that's what it is. Michael Santel, I think we're going to get to a little bit later on my Twitter follows. I think I follow him individually. And I think he's part of a couple podcasts and stuff, too. So he's still doing work. But yeah, Super Couch Fighters, that was just a fun era. It helped me get more into fighting games, too, because I always had, like, bits and pieces, trinkets of information regarding fighting games that I liked, but watching Super Couch Fighters helped me get a little more up to speed, so that was pretty cool. One Up Island. So this one's like a little random. So this is the name of the animation channel that Matthew Morandi, Yoshi 1UP, actually had, and I think he finally just like randomly followed me out of nowhere during the time when I first started working for the Completionist, so naturally I followed him back. So that's the only reason why it's here. Any other time, if it followed me earlier, I would have followed it earlier. I think it was just a matter of like, oh, whoops, this channel isn't following Yoshiller, we'll follow him. And I was like, oops, I'm not following this channel, I'll follow it back. Yeah, originally, if I'm not mistaken, Matthew Morandi wanted it to be so that One Up Island was this kind of big gaming hub where One Up Island focused on animations and reviews and interviews and all that. And he had a few different channels for that. So like one channel would have been just the animations, and one channel would have been just the Let's Plays, and one channel would have just been like the interviews and podcasts and whatever. But One Up Island was the ultimate like parent company of it all. But that's why they follow me. That's why I follow them, because I'm friends with the guy that ran the whole ordeal. So that's a pretty quick one. Is this who I think it is? Give me just a moment. Let me block the screen for a second. Not that it's inappropriate. I just want to make sure this is who I think it is. One moment, folks. It is. Okay. So this person goes by the name of Amanda Huynh. Amanda, at one point in time, was working with me on my project Kanto Alone. And outside of Kanto Alone, she was able to draw... Oh, you know what she did? Okay. I'll show you what she did. So whereas I had Justin Leal to draw these pieces of artwork that I used on the thumbnails, I had Amanda Huynh draw a couple other pieces of artwork for other Pokemon that I used on thumbnails. So namely, she drew Mawile here. Amanda drew this. And then she also drew Mega Mawile. Because back in Pokemon Sun and Moon, because the 3DS had like a weird layout, I had these sidebars on the side that would display which Pokemon were being used at each time. And Mawile was always this weird Pokemon because all of its artwork, I'll show you. It's always facing the opposite direction. Yeah. So Mawile always looks like this. And I get it. That's the main, that's how it stands, that's how it fights. It's fighting you with this. Like, this is the body, this is the weapon, right? I get it. It did not lend itself well to thumbnails, though. So I commissioned separate artwork of Mawile to look like the official Pokemon artwork style, so that it would look better on thumbnails. So to this day, I still use this on thumbnails. I used Mawile a little bit in Pokemon Sun and Moon. It was a little harder to use because of the Mega form being gone. But then also I commissioned separately the Mega artwork because when I was doing sidebars for Pokemon Sun and Moon, if a Pokemon Mega evolved, that would show its Mega form. And naturally, Mega Mawile is supposed to be doing the same thing, like fighting with the weapon that is this metallic thing coming out of its head, right? But I liked the idea of the commissioned artwork more closely resembling the other commissioned artwork, right? And I got a couple of other pieces of artwork from her. Like, she also did, Zoroark! She did Zoroark. So she drew this for me, and I still use this piece of artwork to this day. Yeah, you can see her little signature right there. For thumbnails, I do crop out the shadow here, so that also crops out her signature. But, yeah, like, if she posts this art piece somewhere else, and I think she has. I think she's reposted this art somewhere else, and other people have used it in videos. Yeah, there's the Zoroark. Noctowl was another one she did, because I actually compete with two different Noctowl. I got one Noctowl in Pokemon White and another one in Pokemon Heart Gold, so I thought it would make sense to have two different pieces of Noctowl artwork. Yeah, see, it's supposed to look official, right? Actually, the fun fact about the Zoroark one, I have this Zoroark artwork printed on a custom hoodie. I can't really go get it right now, but I have a Zoroark-themed hoodie that has this piece of artwork on it. So yeah, that's Amanda Huynh. I guess these days she goes by the name of Starry Moons. That's why it psyched me out. When people change their names on Twitter, I'm not upset by it, but it makes it easy for me to lose track. But yeah, that's Amanda Huynh. Very, very, very talented individual. Alright, you guys want to know about Aimer? Well, you can do so right after this commercial break. Alright, moment of truth. How many of you guys have AdBlock or YouTube Premium? Oh, we're going to pause the song for a second because that's Smash music. That's some Smash music. We're going to sit for a second. Alright? I got the ads playing. Alright. Here we go. All good, Quackinator. You're allowed to have YouTube Premium or AdBlock or whatever. Like, it's fine. Okay. Alright. Alright, I'll get a move on then. So here's the scoop, folks. Alright, let's get the music playing again. Aimer. Aimer would go on to becoming, like, my Smash buddy. So when I started competing in Smash tourneys, Aimer was the guy that made me feel more comfortable at these events. Because, you know, you go to a new event and there's hundreds of people and you don't know anybody. It's nice to find one person that, like, you can check in with in between rounds, right? So Aimer became that guy for me. Now, I met Aimer because of my friend Shruby. And Aimer, I knew because he was a prominent Mii player in Smash Wii U. He might have very well been the, not one of, but the best Mii Gunner player in Smash Wii U. I think. Definitely one of. But I think he was the best. Like, he had consistent tourney results to back that up. Smash Ultimate comes around. He still plays the Miis. He had a habit of making these custom Miis that would show up on streams that were funny. Dude is way better at Smash than I'll ever be. And I'm glad that I could at least consult with him in between rounds. He regularly made it into like top 16, if not top 8. Would show up on stream a lot. Always a pleasure to watch him. And he made the name for himself. He made a name for himself, not just for using the Miis, but because he also at one point had a Mii that looked like Min Min from ARMS. And this was before we even knew, like, DLC Wave 2 was a thing for Smash Ultimate. And so naturally, Min Min gets announced for Smash Ultimate, and everyone starts tagging AIM. Like, oh my god, like, you must be so happy, Min Min's in the game! And sure enough, he was, I was. He's been in quite a number of my videos. There's even a Smash Ultimate video on my channel where we're doing 2-player online together, and we're both playing as Min Min, and we're just having a good time. And yeah, I'm just glad that I know him. He's really funny, he's really talented, and he's just like a nice guy that helped me maintain a sense of calmness during tournaments. He's traveled to a variety of tournaments, and as a result, it was nice to also travel to tournaments and once again still at least know somebody. And while I might be the more popular person on social media, he's definitely the more popular person in the Smash competitive space. Like, his legacy lives on. He plays Miis. I've got a lot to learn from him, and I'm glad that I can call him a friend because he's just really... He's not only been patient with me, but he's been, like, there as a means of support for me, too. Because he'll come up and be like, you know what you should do is you should probably do this in your matches. And he's not saying it to belittle me. He's saying it because he genuinely wants to help me. And even outside of Smash, alright? I've talked about him a whole lot through Smash. I've always had a pleasure playing games with him because he's just so funny. Always good vibes. Like, we played Mario Kart split screen with each other. And we were, like, that was one of the most fun sessions I ever had. It's just because we were bouncing off each other. Just good bits all around. And I'd love to have him in more videos. Yeah, AIM is a fantastic guy, and I'm glad that I can call him a friend. AIM, thank you for everything, man. I'm glad you play the Miis, too. That takes a lot of respect. Good on you, man. Senior Pac-Man! So Senior Pac-Man is an online animator that some of you may know. He's actually quite popular. I was able to meet him because he's also friends with my friend, Charles. You guys know Charles. He's in a dozen of my videos. I've talked about him a lot already. He's the guy that made my YouTube icon. Alright, so I guess once you make it to a certain point in the animation community, or gaming parody animation community, all the animators just kind of like start to know each other. And so naturally that means that he meets Senior Pac-Man, and therefore I meet Senior Pac-Man. I don't have too many personal, close, if any, stories with him. But my one quick encounter with him was very nice. And I'm happy that he's rising in the animation community. I'm glad that I can even call him a mutual, if nothing else. I'd like to do more stuff with him. Maybe one of these days I'll invite him to a Mario Kart or a Splatoon or something. I don't know. I'll invite him to some sort of recording session. But if nothing else, he's a popular creator on the internet that I've had the pleasure to speak to at least once, and I'm glad that we can at least follow each other on Twitter. He is a remarkably talented individual, he's very nice, he's very genuine, and he's a very fun, outgoing person. And I think those are traits that I really value in a person, and therefore I'm more than willing to follow this fellow on Twitter. Alright. David Frisk is another fellow in the Sonic news community. I believe I also met him because of Tails' channel, Matthew Mannheimer. I think, did we meet in person? We likely met at PAX East? I'm not 100% certain. I think he and I may have met in person at E3 2017. Because at E3 2017, Matthew Mannheimer stayed with me, as did Charles and Cephazon. We all went to E3 together. And there was one night where we all grabbed dinner together at like a Dave & Buster's or something, like a Sega meet and greet. And I think that's where I met him. Even so, as a result, I only have positive things to say about this fellow. And I haven't spoken to him or worked with him in a while, but I think that's how we met, was at this Sonic-themed dinner. And if that's the case, that was a pleasant night that I sadly just don't remember that well, but I had a good time. So, David, if you are still working for Sonic news and whatnot, I wish you luck, man. I wish you the best of luck, and I hope that you're doing well. If you ever want to catch up someday, I'm down to do it. Alright. Kristen, another Kristen. So, for a while, I was partnered with a multi-channel network called Screenwave. And Kristen was basically the person that managed me or was in charge of me for a while. So as a result, she was my point of contact, and therefore we followed each other. And we saw each other at a couple events like E3 and PAX and whatnot. Now, she is also in charge of Too Many Games. I have not been to Too Many Games. I've considered going a bunch of times. Too Many Games even just happened just like a week or two ago at the time of this recording. I did not go to it. One of these days, I hope to go to it, but for now, it's just not on the radar. All this to say, she's basically been my manager. Ever since I wasn't part of Screenwave anymore, we haven't really spoken to each other, but obviously there's no hard feelings. We still follow each other. She's still a talented individual. She still works with a lot of other talented individuals, and ultimately, I'm glad that I had the chance to meet her and work with her. Alright. Amanda. Well, she might have tried to disappear off of social media. That's why I'm like a little hesitant to say anything. But I guess I can still share some positive memories. So I met Amanda from working at The Completionist. She was a person that worked with Gerard for a long time, oftentimes working on t-shirt designs and stopping by the office and whatnot. And that is how I was able to meet her. And I remember, at the Completionist office, I always had snacks on my desk. Even now, you know, I carry some snacks on my desk. Yeah, she made Frog in a Car! Or she made the artwork for Frog in a Car. That would later turn into the plushie for Frog in a Car. Yeah! So, she had a very close working relationship with Completionist. And she knew I liked snacks, and every once in a while she would stop by the office and she would just hand me like a bag of sour gummy worms. Or I'd see her at a friend's house and she would be like, "Oh hey Bradley, I heard you liked these," and she would give me snacks. Yeah, she was always pleasant to hang around. I enjoyed being around her, and I never really had like a deep conversation, but she's the type of person that I feel like I could have a deep conversation with her. Yeah, we hung out quite a number of times whenever we had our Completionist outings, and she was ultimately just a pleasure to be around. I think social media might have stressed her out, and so that's why she's, like, in the dark right here. So I don't know if she wants me to talk about her, but I had great times with her, and I hope that I get to see her again someday. Amanda, thank you for everything. This is Ted. This is my fellow friend and colleague from working at The Completionist. Ted, these days, primarily works on the Super Beer Bros content. He edits all the Let's Play stuff. He manages the communities and the Discords and makes sure that everyone gets their shirts. Dude takes care of a lot as far as that company is concerned. He and I used to sit right next to each other while we worked. So we worked right next to the door, and we would take turns answering the door whenever like a package or food or something would arrive, or letting someone in. And as a result, because we worked next to each other every day, we chatted with each other every single day, and we'd hang out with each other every single day. We'd often go out to lunch together. Usually I was the one that drove. We would have Pokemon Go days where we'd go and just hang out and play Pokemon Go. Yeah, we hung out a lot. And I even just saw him recently, and we hung out again. And yeah, this is the guy that basically makes sure that Completionist and Super Beard Bros functions. He's, it was a very fun time working with him, and I still enjoy working with him. He's in a couple of my videos. If you guys recall my beanbag chair advertisement, he's in that. Recently he was in my Kirby's Return to Dreamland Deluxe video. He's one of the multiplayer guests. Always fun to play alongside him. Yeah, very fun guy. We tag teamed working at the Completionist together, and we'll play more games in the future. He's a very kind, hard-working individual, and I have no doubt that whatever he chooses to do, he'll be successful at it. Ted, thank you for everything, man. It's always a pleasure working with you. I hope to hang out with you again soon, genuinely. Do I still work at the Completionist? Not anymore. I stopped working there in 2020, so... Oh, I worked there for a number of years, but I don't work there anymore. Every once in a while, Gerard might call me to help him like set up some capture equipment, or I gotta go drop off a copy of a game or something. So I was there like a week or two ago just to say hi, but I don't work there anymore. I used to go there every day as an employee and, you know, make a paycheck, make an income, but I don't work there anymore. But Gerard knows he can contact me anytime. That goes for all the other employees too. They can contact me anytime. But yeah, Ted and I will still chat every once in a while. Alright. Let's keep it going. Smash Saga art! So, this is another artist that I commissioned to draw Pokemon artwork for me. More specifically, Smash Saga art drew this picture of Superior for me. And the reason I wanted this picture of Superior is I must have just not liked the actual artwork of Superior, so I don't dislike it. But Superior looked like this, and I think it didn't lend itself well to thumbnails or something. I don't remember the exact reason now that I'm actually looking back at this. But I commissioned Smash Saga art to make this one. And I mean, I like it. Now hopefully Superior comes back to Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, so I can use this artwork again. But otherwise, Smash Saga artwork, I believe, was... Or Shin Smash Saga, I'm sorry. Shin Smash Saga was looking for people to pay for commissions. And so I was like, well, I could use a little bit more Pokemon artwork, so I commissioned Superior. So that's how I met this person. But as you can see, this person is still open for commissions. So, hey, if you want some artwork, this is your place to go. And hey, Shin Smash Saga, thank you very much. Kells! So, Kells is the partner to Alex Fossiani, and I used to live with both her and Alex Fossiani in an apartment. These days, I don't live there anymore. As far as I'm concerned, they both live there. Otherwise, ever since I stopped living there, we've only seen each other like once or twice a year. But we also know that like if either of us ever needed something, we contact each other. I mean, we lived together through parts of the pandemic too. So obviously it's all reliable. Yeah, Kells is just like this very energetic, outgoing, courageous individual that I aspire to be, frankly. She's smart, she's fun, she's funny, she's responsible, patient, loyal. She's the whole bag, right? And so she, I don't know what I can say that I haven't already said. She was just like, obviously she was a pleasure to share an apartment with, and we never had any conflicts. I think that like the biggest conflict I probably had, unless she wants to say otherwise, was like I was cleaning dishes once, and so like I would grab the dish soap and I would just like drizzle it on there, and she would be like, "You do not need to use that much dish soap." And I was like, okay. And then I never used that much dish soap for one dish ever again. But yeah, like she was great to be around. She was funny. She has a giant Furret plush, by the way. She has a bunch of Pokemon plushes, but she has like a giant Furret, like a 6-foot Furret plush. So I always thought that was funny. Yeah, all sorts of cool collectibles. It was fun. It was fun living with her and Alex. I'm glad we all got along. We had a couple of outings. We would go see a movie every once in a while, but usually I was kind of cooped up in my room, just kind of working on my own stuff. But we saw like John Wick 3 together. Oh, we saw Detective Pikachu together. Doy. We saw Detective Pikachu together. We saw John Wick Chapter 3 together. Yeah, and sometimes we'd stay at home and... Oh! Here's the big one. Here's the big one, alright? She's the reason I watched Steven Universe. She was a big Steven Universe fan, and so she would invite some of her friends over to watch Steven Universe, and they would make Steven Universe themed snacks. Like, they even made Cookie Cat ice cream. I remember that. Yeah, she's the reason I watched it, and I watched the first couple of episodes with her, and then I started to watch a couple episodes on my own time. And I remember one day I came home, and she and Alex were watching the Jailbreak episode. If you watch Steven Universe, you know, like, that's one of the most important episodes of the show. Like, one of the, like, big episodes of the show early on, right? And so I remember saying, whoa, shoot! If I knew Steven Universe was going to be like this from the get-go, I would have started watching this a long time ago. And then she just, like, had this smirk. She was like... And then from there, yeah, I watched a bunch of Steven Universe, and that's because of her. Yeah, Jailbreak is the final episode of Season 1. I'm trying not to say too much because it's spoilers, right? But yeah, I watched Steven Universe because of her. I watched a lot of stuff because of her. I finally watched the Scott Pilgrim movie because of her. So yeah, Kells is awesome. She's fantastic. She's gotten back into streaming as of late, and I think that's cool. So be sure to show Kells your support. And Kells, truly, thank you for everything. You were an awesome roommate. All right. Shall we keep going? Byram. Let me make sure I don't get this wrong. Byram is a commentator in the Smash community. I get him mixed up with one other person, so that's why I'm trying to make sure I get this right. Byram is a commentator in the Smash community, a very, very good commentator at that. He usually commentates for more international broadcasts, but he and I got to meet each other in person in Japan, of all places. Because in 2020, I went to Japan so I could attend EVO Japan, and he was the international commentator for that event, and I was able to see him and take a picture with him, and that always resonated with me. The fact that he took the time to stop commentating at that, well, he was like on break, but he stopped commentating at that event and came over and said hi to me, and I think that's really cool. Yeah, he's a commentator, very good commentator. I think he still commentates, and he's one of those like high-level, very professional commentators, not one that's just gonna like spew curse words. Like, he's very professional, but very professional, but very entertaining to listen to. So it was a pleasure being able to meet him and have him follow me, and just all in all, be able to have this mutual relationship with him. So Byram, thank you for everything, man. I hope you're doing well, and if you're choosing to still commentate, I hope you find success in your career as a commentator. Hilda, I think Hilda. Well, I met Hilda because of Alex and Kells, actually, my roommates. They introduced me to her. She came into town for like 1 week, and so they basically hosted her. She slept on like our living room couch, and so I got to hang out with her for a bit, and she's pretty fun. I think she used to do videos where she ranked each individual Pokemon or something like that, and all in all, she was just a very pleasant person to be around. I enjoyed her company. Hopefully this isn't offensive to say, but I liked her accent too. I don't know. As a dumb American, I like hearing non-American accents. Just think it's fun. Yeah, she was cool. I don't think I've really spoken to her too much since she came to America all those years back. Maybe every once in a while we'll engage with a tweet, like just by liking it. But otherwise, I was never super close to her, but obviously only had good vibes with her, and I'm glad that I had the chance to meet her. Hilda, thank you for everything. I hope you're doing well. Alex Kramer. So, many of you may know Alex Kramer as the brother to Barry Kramer, and Barry Kramer was the former editor of Game Grumps. Alex Kramer made a name for himself on the internet because every year for Barry's birthday, he would do this over-the-top happy birthday video, and it was usually a music video. And they were always so funny to watch. Now, I met Alex Kramer because he came to the Completionist office quite a number of times. Barry Kramer works in the Completionist office, but even outside of that, Alex Kramer was the roommate for someone else that I worked with in the Completionist office. That's going to be Michael Barrity. I don't know if we passed by him yet, but we'll get to him. So they lived together. So Alex Kramer was kind of like a regular for us too. So when we'd have our Completionist outings, Alex Kramer would usually come along. Alex Kramer's got to be like the funniest guy I ever met. All right, this guy, like every tweet he makes is so freaking funny. Hanging out with him in person, he is so freaking funny. You watch these over-the-top videos he does for his brothers for his birthdays. They are so freaking funny. Oh my god. This guy... he's so great, man. Yeah, he might have even worked on Completionist for a little bit as a writer. I'm not certain. He's so funny, though. Oh my god, I can always count on him to make me laugh. Even outside of being funny, he's a sweetheart. He's really nice. I'm glad that I got to meet him. I'm glad that we follow each other. Alex Kramer is so... I'm trying to think of another word besides funny, but he really does just put a smile on my face. He's always just like a pleasant guy to be around. Just knows what to say and when. Just ultimately, like, I'm glad I met him. He's a really cool guy. Alright, so this is the former account of NWPlayer123. NWPlayer123 is a modder, is one of those people who was able to data mine certain games and find out that certain content is going to exist in upcoming games. This is the old account. I don't necessarily know why the reason for the switch, but I follow both the old account and the new account. And this was a person that was valuable to me because when I would write for Go Nintendo, naturally we would try to cover rumors, but we had to cover rumors that had some form of legitimacy. So we couldn't always rely on hearsay. Someone like NW Player would be able to data mine a game and showcase that at one point certain things may have been planned for a game, or things might still be planned for a game. That made NW Player very valuable. Again, this is the former account, so I'll probably repeat some of this information once I get to the current account. But for now, as far as meeting this person is concerned, this person was very valuable with regards to my time writing at Go Nintendo. So in that regard, there was a professional relation there. But I think this person also just liked my content. And I'm flattered by that. I was like, oh wow, like this person that's super integral and important in the gaming industry just enjoys my content. That's so nice. So that's NW Player. Good stuff. Chris. My man. How come you get to be so talented and so good looking? How is that fair for anyone else that exists on this planet, man? That is not fair. Look, all the people that used to work on Smashified are now the Curiomatic team. That's got to be the most talented group of people to like grace this planet. All right. And then on top of that, Chris looks like a freaking supermodel. He's tall, he's fit, he's got a good face. Just like, how is that fair, man? Some of us are grateful to ever get one or the other. You get both. You get talent and good looks. How is that fair? Yeah, I finally met him in person at PAX East 2017, and everyone kept talking about how good looking he was. But yeah, even outside of good looks, dude can 3D model, dude can paint, dude can create sprite art, dude can animate. He's just good at it all. He's good at it all, man. Whatever this guy aspires to do in life, he's gonna succeed in it. I have no doubt. All right, Chris. I only ask that you don't hog all the fame. Share some of it for the rest of us. You're too talented. I'll never have the same level as talent or the same level of looks as you. So please, save some water for the fishies down here, huh? Anyway, Chris is an awesome individual, and I'm glad that I get to know him. I hope you're doing well, genuinely. But man, am I jealous of everything about you. Alright. What do we got? Ryan Tatum, yeah. So, Ryan Tatum, I technically met because of working at the Completionist, because I think he used to come to the Completionist office. These days, he works in press releases, so I don't know if many of my viewers will understand what I'm about to say, but when you sign up as a media person for events like E3 and PAX, what generally starts to happen is you start to receive emails from a bunch of companies for games you've probably never heard of. But that's the point. They're emailing you to try and get your interest in some of these games. And the main person, or not the main person, but one of the more prominent people that shows up in my inbox trying to email me about some of these games coming out is Ryan Tatum. That's this folk right here. So I met him at Completionist, and then by pure coincidence, I start getting emails about these games, and I start receiving press releases and whatnot, and that is from the very same man. And that's helpful, because it's true. There are so many games right now that I may not otherwise know about until someone comes up and tells me about them. So, because of him, I will stop by certain booths at events like PAX West, and I'll stop by and play some of the games that he is helping present there. I think that's really cool. And he knows my style. He knows I like the more arcadey, platformer, puzzle-solving types of games. And he showed me, oh, I wish I could remember what it's called. He showed me like this ice climber type of game, ice mountain expedition type of game, where you're kind of like leapfrogging between two characters and it's co-op. That's what I played at PAX West last year, and that was really, really cool. And so yeah, every once in a while I'll get an email from him regarding a game, and he usually knows exactly what I like. So Ryan Tatum, hey man, you're a cool guy. I hope all works out for you. Thank you for your service in this gaming industry. Thank you for your hard work promoting all these games in a time when it's hard to promote a game. And I always look forward to hearing from you, and I hope to see you again at upcoming PAX events or gaming events in general. Alright, here's actual NW player 123. This is Nikki. So Nikki is a very knowledgeable person on a lot of gaming related things, the industry, what engines are being used for games, what types of software might be hiding things, what types of information Nintendo might present in the future. That is Nikki's doing. As you can see, Nikki focuses on preservation as well and seeing certain modes and maps and whatnot that exist in games. Nikki is very, very important in the gaming industry. Like, we have a lot of information about certain games because of Nikki. We have a lot of song files and like model rips and whatnot because of Nikki. So the fact that I even have the opportunity to message Nikki is a high honor to me. Alright? The fact that this person is the reason we know, like, certain games we're gonna have these bits of information, we're gonna have these characters be playable, or might have had this mode or whatever. We have that information because of Nikki. Genuinely. I can't cite an example at the top of my head, but I think Nikki used to do some stuff with like Smash data mining and stuff like that. Nikki is the reason we have a lot of that. So, the fact that Nikki and I follow each other actually does mean a lot to me in that regard. Because to me, this is someone that I was reporting on for Go Nintendo and stuff like, whoa, you know, this game was going to have this mode and it was cut, but here's some like screenshots to prove it. And I have that because of Nikki. And then Nikki follows me back because Nikki just likes my content or something. That's cool to me. So Nikki, you are very, very important. You have done a lot for the gaming industry. Even outside of the gaming industry, you're a funny individual. I enjoy reading your tweets. I enjoy seeing what you have to say about certain things. So, obviously I've talked a lot about how you've been important to the gaming industry, but even like just you as a person, you've been very cool, and I'm glad that I get to know you. So, thank you for everything. Ah, John. John. One of the most pleasant people I've ever had the pleasure to meet. John met me, I think, initially because he wanted to do an interview with me. Because he learned that I was writing for I keep saying writing. I was working for The Completionist. I did write for The Completionist, but I've done a lot more than just writing. He reached out to me because he knew I was working for The Completionist, and he wanted to ask me, like, how did you do it? How did you work there? What's work culture like there? And I more or less gave him my life story. And at future events, he's always got, like, the nicest smile. We always give each other a nice big hug, and it's always just nice seeing him. I get such wonderful vibes just hanging out with him. Very genuine guy. I think that's valuable in today's day and age. Just someone who's passionate about trying to break into the industry and is genuine about it. I think that's so valuable. And that's what John is. John, if I could describe him in 2 words, genuine, passionate. I mean, I could, you know, if I wasn't limited to 2 words, I could also say heartwarming, loyal, dependable, sweet. I go on and on. I'm just trying not to get all mushy-gushy here because I got a bunch of people to go through. I can't break into tears now. So, John, Thank you for everything, man. I know I can always count on you for anything. You've always been supportive of me. You've shown up in my times of need. You've been there. It's always a pleasure to say hi to you, and it's always a pleasure to give you a nice big old hug whenever I see you at events. So hopefully I'll see you again in the future, and hopefully we can share even more hugs. Thank you for everything, man. I do appreciate it, and I hope you succeed in the gaming industry. Hope you crush it. Norm, the gaming historian. So, I met Norm because I worked at the Completionist, and Norm was a regular affiliate of the Completionist. Norm creates a lot of documentary-style videos regarding topics in the gaming industry. And they are all amazingly well made. Each video he makes could settle as a Netflix documentary or something that displays on like Discovery Channel. Norm crushes it. So the fact that I even get to know him is awesome. He and I started to become friends after we would like hang out with each other at the Completionist, of course, because we would chat while Gerard was maybe filming something. But also, he used some of my footage in the past, or he needed me to get footage. He wanted me to get footage for Doc Lewis's Punch-Out, I remember, so I did that for him. But yeah, and I remember when the pandemic was like first starting, we started having shortages of everything. I remember it was announced that there was going to be a chicken tender shortage, and Norm was like, hey, just wanted to let you know, the first person I thought about when I saw this news article was you. And I took that, I take that as a high honor. I was like, oh my god, yeah. And then when I first launched my Road to Sakurai series, one of the first people to say good luck was Norm. Norm, this guy, creating these like super professional documentary style videos, wished me luck on my journey to one day meet Masahiro Sakurai. And I think that's really cool. Now, I've since seen him at a couple different events. I haven't seen him in a little while. I haven't seen him since I worked for Completionist, now that I think about it. But always a pleasure. Just a very professional guy. He does his research. Very well organized. Very well presentable. I'm just so happy I know him. Norm, you are a fantastic person. Thank you for everything. And keep up the great work, because your work, I like aspire to do the level of work that you do. Skitty! Well, I admit, I forget how I met Skitty, but Skitty is a talented artist that I've commissioned a couple of times. And in fact, you want to know what Skitty drew for me? Skitty drew this. Skitty drew my film background. She drew a piece of artwork of me with some of my Pokemon that whatever. She drew a piece of artwork that I used for my film background that consists of 3 Pokemon that I used when I got to Master Ball rank in Pokemon Sword and Shield. And she's just a remarkably talented artist. I just really like her style. I think that's why I followed her. She has a very nice style that I use. Oh, you know what? Actually, I used the same artwork for my desktop background. Check that out. Look at this, guys, behind the scenes. Because of Skitty, you guys get to see my desktop background. But yeah, I downloaded the transparent version of this artwork, and I use it as my desktop now. So it's my phone background and it's my desktop. So, to me, that's pretty cool. Yeah. Alright, take a good look at it. These are all the desktop files. What do you see on here that looks inappropriate? The answer is nothing. Yeah. So, Skitty is a very talented artist, and I'm glad that I got to know her. Yeah. Yeah, I just show my desktop, though, because I don't know if I just have, like, the raw downloaded file just sitting somewhere. Well, I guess I must, because it's my desktop background, right? So I have the image file somewhere on my computer. But, yeah. Yeah, I can't wait to look at the retention for this video and see if people, like, spike the viewership on my desktop background, trying to see what types of hidden files I have there. And they're like, yo, Schiller, why do you have this file? I'm letting you know now, there's nothing, like, super, like, rare there. Like, I've got valuable files on this computer, don't get me wrong, but there's not, like, you're not going to find anything looking at my desktop. Alright, there we go. The National Dex. So, I lived with Alex and Kells for a while. The channel that they were running for the longest time was a Pokemon channel called The National Dex, which was a YouTube channel that focused on explaining the history of each individual Pokemon. So not just, like, what its design is and what its competitive history is, but just why it's designed the way it is and what it's actually based on in the real world and why it might have access to certain moves and why it's found in certain locations in the game and the lore of the Pokemon and stuff like that. A very well done set of videos, all things considered. Ultimately, the National Dex does not do YouTube videos anymore. Alex and Kells are still showing up in other things. Kells is streaming, Alex is still in Super Beard Bros. But the National Dex YouTube channel kind of lingers. Now, I've had the pleasure to be on it a couple of times. I was in an actual episode of the Dex, and I was going to be in one of their tournaments that they started hosting before it ended abruptly. But all in all, always a pleasure to be able to work with them. Always a pleasure to be involved in Pokemon-related projects, and ultimately just always a pleasure to see that I got to participate in these types of projects. I'm glad I got to know Alex and Kells. I'm glad I got to work with the Dex. I'm glad I got to like meet them. You know, I think that's cool. Oh, you were in the Ditto episode, Aeonic? I didn't know that. I haven't. To be fair, I haven't seen every single episode, but I did not know you were in that. That's really cool. Did you come to the office for that, or did you like? What specifically did you do? Here, I don't want to pull it up on the stream. Let me pull it up on my YouTube channel. Let me see. Yeah, and I think I'm in the Kukui episode. $8 years ago. Wow, is that? Oh, it's because they're at SGC, is that why? I was at SGC. Yeah, okay, I got you. Yeah. So here's the thing, right? I went to SGC in 2013. I did not go in 2014. You and I could have potentially met if I had gone in 2014. Oh, good. Yeah. That's cool. Alright. No, I get it though. Like, you were one of the people that went into the microphone and provided your input. Like, that's cool. Alright. Well, good stuff, man. Alright, Philly Beats You. So, Philly Beats You is a creator in the social media space that likes to work with a lot of other creators. Imagine if he didn't... The best way I can describe Philly Beats You is imagine if he doesn't work for a company, he's just himself, but he also tries to like be a manager of everybody. So you go to an event, he's the guy you know when you want to know a guy. Right? Like that's how I describe him. That's not a bad thing, by the way. He's definitely earned his success through networking, but he is the networking guy. And he also sees to it that he tries to be actively involved in the gaming communities too. I primarily know him because of his involvement in the Pokemon space. But I also acknowledge that he works on a lot of other things too. And I think I might have met him in person for the first time at PAX East 2017, I think. And yeah, good guy. He and I don't chat too much, but every once in a while, he'll like one of my tweets. I'll like one of his tweets. You'll notice that that's kind of like a trend for a lot of people that I follow in this era. I might not speak to a whole lot of them, but there's no bad vibes. We still like each other's tweets. Obviously, as I get to more and more of the recent people, I have more and more things to say. But right now, like this gap, it's a lot of people that I met at conventions, met as far as networking is concerned, and we have access to contact each other at any time. But for now, we're all just kind of doing our own thing. In any case, Philly Beats, thank you for everything, and I hope you're doing well. You are a professional guy. I trust that if you set your mind to something, you will get it done. Okay, so this was another folk that I believe I met in 2015, potentially, when I went to the Game Awards. I think this was the other guy that sat beside me. There were two guys that sat beside me. And I talked about one earlier. And now we have Jonathan. And it looks like he is still doing what I think I know him for, which is he talks about things you can do in Los Angeles. Naturally, the Game Awards is one of the things you can do in Los Angeles. So, I think he may have finally followed me because maybe around this time I went to the Game Awards again in 2017. And so I think I saw him again there, and he was like, "Do you remember me?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, I do. I think I saw him again." In any case, he is still doing things. He's showing the things that you can do in Los Angeles. So he followed me and I follow him, and I really appreciate that. Jonathan, I hope you're doing well, my man. Thank you for everything. Alright, Nintendo Switch news. So yeah, another Nintendo news outlet, this time being run by some of my friends, but also still a good source of information, especially since around this time I was still writing for Go Nintendo. So it stood to reason that if a Nintendo Switch news focused Twitter account wanted to follow me and had a decent following, that I should follow them back. So I did. These days I do follow a lot of Nintendo related news accounts, but just having stuff that's solely focused on Nintendo Switch news is valuable, because now that there are so many games that are on the Nintendo Switch, having a news network for just Nintendo Switch news is important. So they followed me, I followed them. They're big, they post pretty much any Nintendo Switch trailer that comes out, and I think if you genuinely want to keep up to date with Nintendo Switch news, but you just want the Switch news, you don't care necessarily about Nintendo investor meetings or people discovering things in like an old 3DS game or something, this is probably the account to follow. So Nintendo Switch news, keep up the great work, thanks for the follow, and I'm more than happy to follow you back. Journalist to journalist. Doogs! Dex bonus! Folks, this is Press Heart to Continue. She is a popular creator. She used to work in the Completionist office. Her and her husband. So her husband is Strippin. Strippin used to work upstairs in the Completionist office. Press Heart to Continue, Doogs, Dodger, whatever you want to call her, used to work downstairs. Neither Dodger nor Strippin work there anymore. They might have moved to the UK now that I think about it. That said, it was Barry Kramer, Game Grumps editor, that moved into Press Heart to Continue's office. In any case, when I first worked at the Completionist office, the other creators that worked there were Jesse Cox, Press Heart to Continue, and Strippin. And as time went on, we'd have a few other creators kind of swap in and out, but Press Heart to Continue was there for quite a long time, and as such, I would see her in passing. She'd, come out to grab a snack, or she'd come out to have a chat or whatever, and as a result, she followed me. I think what actually prompted her to follow me is that when I went to get my Nintendo Switch on launch day, or launch night, she was with us. That night, it was Gerard, Jesse Cox's editor, Press Heart to Continue. Was Ted with us? I think maybe Ted. And then Dodger and myself. So, I think that might have prompted it. Yeah, that was a fun night. We all just sat around outside of Best Buy waiting for midnight to strike. Gerard buys like $500 worth of stuff. I just buy my Nintendo Switch and Zelda and Super Bomberman R. And then we took a group photo in front of like a telephone pole or something. Yeah, she's fun, very upbeat, very very energetic, very fun, very funny. Just a delight to be around. So I'm glad I got to meet her before she moved away. Dodger, I don't know if you're watching this, but it was a pleasure to meet you while I worked at Completionist, and I hope you're doing well. Jock is the brother to Gerard. Gerard Khalil is the Completionist. Jock is the brother, kind of like the manager, and he's the guy that makes sure that the Completionist basically gets to keep running. This Jock is the business guy, and I'll tell you what, Jock is unbelievably good at what he does. He is very good at making sure business happens. He's the guy that's on the phone making sure that stuff gets done. And you know what though? He's also just like, when you get to know him, he's a good guy to be around. I think when I first met Jock, I was a little intimidated because I was like, oh, that's like my boss's boss, right? Like, I don't want to mess with Jock, just keep clicking away, keep editing the video. But yeah, now Jock is just like, he's smiley, he's happy to see me. I think what wound up happening, yeah, so what kind of set me on better terms with him is they found out I was a hard worker at the Completionist. So Jock was the one that was like, Bradley, come in here, we're gonna have a meeting. And then he spoke to me and he was like, you're crushing it, Bradley, keep up the good work, here's your bonus paycheck. Yeah, we're gonna, if you have any questions, you come to me, alright? So, he's the guy that, heaven forbid, but if I'm ever dealing with a legal situation or a business situation, I know that I can consult him. It's fun seeing him at parties too, because when he's at a party, he's a lot more opened up. He's very pleasant. He has a nice smile. Is that like weird to say? He's got a very nice smile. Yeah, dude's got it under control. All right, he's got like a muscular build. He's got money invested into a lot of stuff. He has got it figured out. He's crushing it. Glad I got to meet Jock. He is the guy to know. And Jock, truly, thank you for everything, alright? Because literally without you, I don't know if there would be Completionist, and therefore without Completionist, I don't know that I would have had a job working there, and I wouldn't have many of the opportunities that I would have had because of that. So, you're the reason, in the grand scheme of things, that I get to do everything that I get to do. So, I am in your debt. If there's anything I can do for you, you let me know. Otherwise, thank you for everything, man. Jetpack Braggin. Well, on top of being a very funny individual, this is a very talented artist. Jetpack Braggin does the thumbnails for The Completionist, Super Beard Bros, and Kid Icarus. You guys want to see examples of his work? Let me show you his portfolio right now, alright? Look at this! Look at this! Oh, well, can you not see my blocking it? Look at this thumbnail! Look at this thumbnail! He did this one, and 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 then you get the idea. He's done a lot, and he's so good every single time. He knocks it out of the park. He's so fast. He's so talented. The way he does his lighting and his lines, I really, really like it. Like, it's no wonder Gerard and the Completionist team made him the main editor. Now, he's even done a couple thumbnails for me. I'll show you. Alright, if I can type. Look at that. Look at that. He drew that for me. He also works for Norm the Gaming Historian. So, he's done some, like, still images for Norm. But yeah. Dude is remarkably talented. He's so good at everything. Oh, wait, hang on. I know another one he did. Look at that. He drew that for me with the Deal or No Deal, Howie Mandel. That's great. That's great. But also, he's just really funny. He's really funny. So if you want great artwork and great humor, Jetpack Braggin is your guy. Alright? Telling you right now. He is so freaking good at everything. Everything. You're funny and you're good at drawing. And you're not just good at drawing, you're great at drawing. Man. He's so good, man. He's so good. Alright. Miss Fushi. Now, I first met Miss Fushi, I believe, at PAX East 2017 or 2018. What a sweetheart, man. She's so fantastic. I've invited her to a couple videos. I played Mario Party with her, actually. She's so nice. I feel so bad, like, getting her in a video where I'm like being loud and enthusiastic and she's just like tee hee ha ha, and I'm like, you're too pure for this earth. Yeah, she's really cool. When I met her, she had blue hair, and then she tried becoming a VTuber for a bit, and now I think she's like trying to show more of her natural self. And you know what? I respect that. I think that's really cool. I am glad that I got to meet her. She's very sweet. She's very cool. She's fun. She's on the content creation hustle, and I can respect that. Yeah, I think, you know, I'd be willing to do more videos with her. It's just the opportunity hasn't really ever risen, but she's very, very, very cool, and I hope that you guys all support her. Just a pure soul on this grim planet. Miss Fushi, thank you for everything. I hope you're doing well. Alex CND. Now, you might know Alex CND as the first person to buy a Nintendo Switch. That is how he took off, and he continued to snowball his popularity into other more viral videos. And I was able to meet him in that snowball effect. So he and I would meet each other at events. He likes to boot my Yoshi hat, I remember that. And at E3 2017 he attended, I attended, we were able to meet in person there, and we hung out for a bit, and that was cool. I remember he invited me to a party. I didn't go because I was simultaneously balancing the work that I had to do for the Completionist, and I also wanted to get my own E3 content out. And I regret not going to the party. Like, you know, maybe it's fine, right? Because I got my work done. And I also had my own guest, because E3 2017 was crazy. I had Tails' channel, and Cephazon and Charles rooming with me, so it would have been a lot. And I was just trying to... It's hard to be a host of an event like that, and then I'm trying to like edit these videos on the side, and I'm sleeping for like 4 hours a night. Yada 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 yada. But in any case, Alex CND, yeah, just a guy that really knows like his content, his style. He's a very passionate fellow, and I can truly respect the hustle that he's trying to do. And I think he's trying to get back into content creation. I think he took a break, and now he's trying to get back to it. But I'm happy I got to meet him, because it's cool to kind of meet a rising star while they're still small. So you get some genuinity out of them before they make it big, and before fame gets to their head, right, if it does. So Alex CND is a very successful and prominent figure in this industry, and I'm glad that I got to meet him, and I'm glad that we got to hang out at events like E3 and PAX. Just a pleasant guy. So hey man, I love the energy, I respect the hustle, keep it up, hoping for the best for you. Alright guys, I'm getting kind of tired again. Let me take a little break. Let me take a standing break. I don't know how much longer this stream's gonna go on for. Maybe like another hour. I'm not gonna finish the rest of this. I'm gonna have to do this another day. But let's take a break, and when I come back, we'll continue on with Kevin Crust and Matt Forio and Swanky Box and all that good stuff. Alright, guys, I'm gonna have to do it to you. I'm gonna have to show you the Pikmin. But it's fine. I'll raise the audio of the music. I'll be right back. Oh my god, I'm so tired. Oh man. Okay. Alright, yeah, I don't know how people do this all day. That's why when I record, I can do like 1 hour video and then like stop for a while and then record the next one. I don't know how people do like 5-hour streams. Whatever. I'm trying to get the hair out of my eyes. Good. Decent. Alright. Shall we continue on then? Hi, Emma. You're just in time for the Persona 5 music, Emma. Okay. Alright, here we go. So, these next two, Kevin Crust and Matt Forio, obviously they're two different people, but I'm going to go over them at about the same time. So, I first met them at PAX East, that must be 2017, because I went to a panel that also consisted of another friend of mine known as Cam, who worked on video game rap battles. And naturally, in doing these video game rap battles, he was also working with other people who wanted to make video game themed rap battles. So he worked with Kevin Crust and Matt Forio. And so he hosted a panel at PAX East 2017 where it was him and a bunch of these other rappers explaining how they make their ciphers and whatnot. So I attended the panel, and in attending the panel, I followed them, and they followed me. And we occasionally engage with each other's tweets. I'm not a rapper. It might be fun to participate in, like, a Pokemon-themed rap one day. But for now, I leave it to these guys. So, one of them, I guess, is an engineer and an editor, and the other one probably actually writes the raps or stuff. Alright, fair enough. So one guy's more of the video editing, audio editing side, and the other one's probably the guy that actually, like, wants to make the music. Alright, cool. Yeah, otherwise, I know they're still around. They went to Anime Expo. They're still making videos. I edited a video game rap battles video sometime last year, maybe the year before. I know that they are still keeping busy, and I respect that. I respect that a lot. Unfortunately, as a guy who doesn't really do video game raps myself, these aren't people that I talk to on a regular basis. But I trust that they know that if they need me or want me to be involved in something, I'm totally down. And maybe I'll invite them to something too. I'll invite them to like a Mario Kart session or something. We'll see. As I go through these old contacts, it's becoming more and more evident that I haven't invited a lot of these people to things. Nothing says I can't, I just haven't. But yeah, Kevin Crust, Matt Forio, totally talented individuals who work on video game raps, and I trust their work and hope that they will become successful in the future. Oh, I see! I sneeze, and then Charles comes rushing on in to be like, "How dare you sneeze!" Sorry, I shouldn't have banged the table. I probably just like scared everyone else that lives in this house. Yeah. Okay. Anyway. Yeah, if you want to stick around, Charles, you can keep track of my sneezes. Alright. Folks, this is Swanky Box. Folks, did you know that Swanky Box's name is also Bradley? It's kind of fun, huh? That his name is Brad. That's the first time, like, I ever went to a convention where someone else's name was Bradley. I know I also follow Bradley Craigen on here, but this is the first time where I would go out with a group of friends to lunch or dinner or something, and someone would say Bradley, and I would think they were talking to me, but they were actually talking to this guy. In any case, I believe I also met him at PAX East 2017 because I think we had a big group lunch where it was like Gilly the Kid, Ant Dude, Bit Nerd, Attacking Toucans, Beta 64, probably A Start Show, probably Boundary Break, and then I think Swanky Box was in that mix too. Because it used to be, there was like this trio of creators. It was Boundary Break, it was A Start Show, and Beta 64. And then I feel like sometimes Swanky Box was in that mix. So that must be it. That must be how I met him, was when we went to this lunch. And then we all kind of exchanged social informations, and then we followed each other. But I just remembered his name is also Bradley. So that was fun. Because I think that same year I went to a panel that was hosted by the Treesicle guys. And the Treesicle guys were like, oh yeah, I'm Bradley, and he's like talking to me because he calls me Bradley. But I'm also sitting next to Swanky Box, and he's like, Bradley's like one of my favorite people on the planet. Now maybe I'm wrong, maybe he was talking about Swanky Box. I don't know, but the point is, Treesicle was talking about someone. Anyway, Swanky is obviously a very talented creator. He's a very chill guy. He's a very, very chill guy. Good vibes from him. Very relaxed in the content that he makes. Very pleasant to be around. I don't know the last time I saw him, but I know that I've seen him again since then. I probably saw him at PAX East 2020, because we had another big group dinner there where we all went to a Chinese restaurant, and there were like 30 of us, and we had to get 2 separate tables, and so we were all rotating around there. Yeah, Swanky Box is a very, very cool individual, and I'm glad that I had the chance to meet him. Michael Chu. Okay, so for a while, my multi-channel network, my NCN that enabled advertisements on my YouTube channel that got me money, was Screenwave. Eventually, I was convinced to switch over to a different MCN called Broadband. Michael Chu was the guy in charge of that. He was the guy that basically lured me over. He was the one that kept messaging me saying like, hey Yoshilla, what about this? Hey Yoshilla, what about this? And normally, I would ignore messages like that. But he had a good vibe. He would meet with me at conventions. I think we went out for lunch or dinner or something at PAX. And then he finally sat down and talked with me and worked with me, and he brought me into Broadband. And so, he was my Broadband partnership manager. These days, he does not work at Broadband. I think he's trying to do his own YouTube channel stuff now. And you know what? Good for him. Happy for him. I hope he's able to find success in his own passions. And hey, if nothing else, he was a very good businessman, right? He lured me over from one MCN to another. So, Michael Chu, keep up the great work, man. Hello, Auntie! You are more than welcome to lurk for 10 to 15 minutes. I'm going to try to stream for like another 45, and then I might have to call it quits. 4 hours of streaming is just a long time, man. Toby! So, I met Toby because he sometimes showed up at the Completionist office. I say sometimes. It's more like he was affiliated with the Completionist office, but physically showed up once, and that one time he showed up is the time I hit it off with him. I was the guy that took him back to the airport. He recalled a story that I had forgotten about until he brought it up. And that's that when I took him to the airport, I bought him Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. Because it had just come out at that time. Like, it was December. He was going to the airport, we were swinging by Target, and he had played Smash Ultimate with us at the Completionist office, because, you know, new Smash game just came out and everyone's playing it. I was like, what if I buy it for you as a goodbye gift? It's not region locked. And he kept saying, no, you don't have to do that. I bought it for him anyway. And then I dropped him off at the airport. Yeah, just a friendly fellow. He and I remember, like, I was working on some stuff at the Completionist office, and the video he had on in the background was a video by a different creator talking about the legality of Smash Bros. Stages. Not whether or not they're legal in competitive play, but rather if you were to fight on these arenas, would you get sued? So he was showing me a video about that. Yeah, just a very nice, supportive guy. And as I said earlier for a couple of these other people, having someone that's supportive in your life really goes a long way, even if you don't actively chat with these people for a while. Just having that one person that's like, I support you. I'm not saying that's what he sounds like, but just having someone that supports you really does go a long way. So I appreciate that. Nintendo Capri Sun! Tim! Oh, what a good guy, man. What a genuinely good guy. So Tim, I'd met a couple of different times at events like E3 and PAX and MagFest. And he's always just such a delight. Tim has a phrase that he says where he's like, so happy. You know what? Tim always comes off as being so happy. Like, you hang out with Tim, and your day just becomes better. Like, he just has that energy. He has that extroverted personality to him where he's just super pleasant to be around. He's a guy that's always just kind of hanging around, but you know what? You want him to be hanging around. It's not just you don't mind him hanging around. Like, your day is just improved by him being there. You know, he is that pleasant, and I'm glad that I've had the chance to hang out with him. We played Mario Kart a couple of times. We played Mario Party a couple of times. Always a good time. I can't... I will never know what goes through Tim's mind 70% of the time. 75% of the time. I stop by his streams, and I'll leave his streams on in the background, and he has all these Twitch alerts, and I'm like, what is happening? But you know what? I don't regret stopping by his streams. I don't regret chatting with him, even in the slightest. I am so glad that I can call this man a friend. He is so great. Tim, Nintendo Capri Sun, Lost Capri Sun, thank you for everything, man. I hope to see you again, because you always bring positive vibes, and I really appreciate it. The Nintendo Power Couple. So, around this time, we're in 2017 or so now, and around this time I'm looking for more Nintendo brand ambassadors to do videos with for games that are still coming out. Because, mind you, in 2017, the Nintendo Switch had just come out. So, at this time I was getting certain games early. I got Mario Kart 8 Deluxe early. I got Splatoon 2 early, right? So, I'm trying to do videos with these creators before these games officially launch to the public. And I can only do videos with other people that are in the Nintendo brand ambassador circle. And so that brings me across the Nintendo Power Couple, which was a guy and a girl that were a set of Nintendo brand ambassadors that did videos of Nintendo games. And I believe we technically met because when Mario Kart 8 Deluxe was first provided to Nintendo brand ambassadors, we all just hopped online into friend rooms and just saw who we could find, and then we all kind of hit it off from there. And I remember Game Explain has a video where they're playing Shine Runners on the Splatoon stage, Urchin Underpass, and it's just with a bunch of other content creators, and I think they were there. I think also John Cartwright was there. I think, like, other Nintendo news outlets were there. Oh, all in all, just a fun time, and that's how I met them. Now, I haven't heard from them in a while. I think they're still doing content. If they are, I'm totally down to do content with them again. Just ultimately a great group of people to be around, fun Nintendo brand ambassadors, and it was those Nintendo Switch early days that really brought us all together, so I'm glad I got to meet them. Hey, I hope you two are doing well. Thank you for everything. Mimi! Alright, folks. Are you ready for something? I'm gonna show you some stuff that I've never publicly shown before. Alright? In fact, let me get it ready. This will make sense in just a moment. Enjoy this Pikmin for a sec. Alright. Alright, check this out. Check this out, check this out, check this out. Alright. So folks. My Kanto Alone project, alright? Now, in case you guys don't know, let me have this make sense for everybody on the same playing field. So folks, there was a time when I was working on a Pokemon project called Kanto Alone. And Kanto Alone was going to feature an animated opening sequence that would provide some exposition as to what this project was and why it existed. Mimi was the one that drew the storyboards for it. She drew me like 300 storyboards. She was super duper talented. Alright, here you go. I'm just gonna comb through it, alright? Her storyboards were so good. I, in the grand scheme of things, probably underpaid her. But her work blew me away. Alright? She was so good at everything. And I am happy that I had the pleasure to work with her. She has since gone on to work for, I think, some animation companies. And I think she used my storyboards as a reference. So, I take pride in that. Otherwise, she was a very sweet, understanding individual. She worked with me very professionally. Like, as soon as I said, hey, can I bring you on for this project? She immediately was like, alright, let's sign some contracts. And I was like, fair enough. So, we worked on stuff together, paid her. She made me all these storyboards. Ultimately, Kanto Alone's just kind of stuck in limbo. But that's not her fault. She did her work, and she did a very fantastic job. So, Mimi, thank you so much. Your work is fantastic. I hope you find success in anything that you do. Cody! Cody. Well, Cody works alongside Zelda Universe, and he was in a fair share of my Animal Crossing videos. And he was one of the, like, nicest guys I ever had the pleasure to work with on an Animal Crossing video. He always had a relaxed, calm vibe. I believe he's in Australia or New Zealand. He was a very intelligent fellow, too. He knew his stuff. Whenever we would do our Animal Crossing videos, the conversations we would have were always a lot more intellectual and sophisticated than just like talking about games or something with my other friends. Not to say that I didn't enjoy the conversations that I had with my other friends, but the conversations that I had with Cody always were a lot different than the conversations that I had with other people. And I always appreciated that. Cody always had a level of intellect and a level of tranquility that I always appreciated. Always a good guy to be around. Always fun to just hang out with him. He always made me feel simultaneously dumb and smart at the same time, because he always knew more than me, but he always did a good job of reminding me what I knew in a way. In that regard, I always had pleasant experiences hanging out with Cody. Just a very intelligent, friendly individual. Honestly, I don't think I've met a friendlier person. I don't think there is a way to be as approachable and sweet as someone like Cody. And I'm glad that I had the chance to meet him and work with him several times. And also, he did help me a lot in Animal Crossing because he lived in Australia. He had an island that was in the southern hemisphere, which meant that its seasons were swapped with the northern hemisphere. So I was able to get southern hemisphere bugs and fish thanks to Cody. But yeah, Cody has been a very positive beacon of my life, and I appreciate it. Cody, thank you for everything, man. I hope you're doing well. Alright, let's just do a couple more. Let's get up to... I can probably make it to Lasercorn. Let's make it to Lasercorn. Alright, let's try that. Girl Hack. So Girl Hack was a person that came to the Completionist office a couple of different times. She did not really work with the Completionist. If I recall correctly, she worked with Jesse Cox, and that's how I met her. And as a result, we exchanged contact information, and that became valuable because she also worked alongside YouTube Gaming, so that kind of gave me a little bit of an edge in that regard. She and I haven't spoken too much like other people in my Twitter feed. She'll occasionally like my tweets, I'll occasionally like hers. I don't know if she's the one that runs the YouTube Gaming Twitter account. Every once in a while, the YouTube Gaming Twitter account will respond or even retweet one of my tweets. And I don't know if that's her doing, or if that's the doing of Kate Burning, or if that's just the doing of some other random employee that works at YouTube Gaming. I don't know for certain. But what I do know is that I was able to meet her through Completionist. And she has been very beneficial for me and very positive for me. So Girl Hack, thank you for everything. I hope you're doing well. Mason. Mason. Well, I don't know the specifics of how I met Mason. What I do know is that as the years have gone on, he has been someone that has been a professional in the video editing and graphic design space, and I've taken some influence from him. I think he did a panel at PAX East or something, and I took notes from him, and so a lot of the thumbnail layouts that I do today are partially inspired by him. I think these days he's looking for editing work and graphic design work, so hey, if you need a graphic designer or an editor, that's your guy. I think we might have met because of that. I think I was looking for someone to help me with a thumbnail, and I reached out to him, and he was able to respond. I'm not certain, because I've been doing my own thumbnails for a long time. I don't recall asking someone else to do a thumbnail for me, but I might have asked him for advice, or maybe he asked me for advice. One or the other. But that's how I met him, and since then we've kind of hit it off. He'll still occasionally interact with my tweets, I'll still occasionally interact with him. He's a very talented individual, and he's genuinely a good graphic designer and editor, and I hope that he does very well in the future. So Mason, keep up the great work, man. Pleasure to meet you. See, it's funny that everyone knows this song as the Scott the Woz theme. I knew this song before like Scott the Woz popularized it, because I actually am familiar with the game 3D Dot Game Heroes. Alright, like when I first started working at the Completionist, that was one of the first games we did. But yeah, Scott the Woz popularized this song. I'm glad he did, because this is a fantastic game and a great song. It's just funny how everyone's like, it's the Scott the Woz theme. Yeah, that's fair. I hope to have the same effect on a song one day. I kind of did. I kind of did with some Mario Kart songs. I helped popularize 1 or 2 songs. Alright. Alex. So this is Alex. He works for Zelda Universe. He has been very helpful in my career as a creator. He and I hung out a bit at E3 2016, I believe, and then we would later hang out at events like PAX East and whatnot. And he's just a very small guy. I think he was also in the PAX East All-Stars tournament this past year. I think he was. And if that's the case, good on you, Alex. You're crushing it. He's been in a couple of my videos. He's been in a couple of my Mario Kart videos, a couple of my Splatoon videos. And all in all, just like a sweet, genuine guy. I'm glad I know so many genuine people. I really do. Alex is a very genuine guy. He does not strike me as the guy to throw someone else aside so he can get ahead. He strikes me as the guy who would be happy for his friend's success and try to, like, reach the same level of success. And I'm glad that I had the chance to meet him and hang out with him on so many times. And ultimately, he's changed his Twitter handle. I think it used to be Alex Trevino, now it's Signa Alex. I'm glad I can still remember him while I have the chance. I'm just happy that I get to work on stuff with him, and I wonder if he's just happy to be included. Well, hey, I'm more than happy to include him in more stuff as time goes along. So, hey, Alex, thank you for everything, man. Really appreciate it. Amanda. So, Amanda, I think, approached me at different Nintendo events because she was either the camera operator or the person holding the microphone or something. I don't think she was an employee of Nintendo. She might have been like contracted by Nintendo or contracted by E3 even, and she was the one that would be like, oh hey, go talk to this person in the Yoshi hat. And eventually she approached me at one of these events and was like, wow, you're really everywhere, aren't you? And I was like, yeah, I guess so. She was the one that kept coming up to me and was like, man, you're here again. All right, do you want to be in a Nintendo video? Like, yeah, I would love to be in a Nintendo video. And so eventually she found me on Twitter and followed me, and I followed her, and I think that was cool. So she's the one, she's like basically the reason I got to appear in so many Nintendo videos. That's because of her. She's the one. Amanda, thank you. You've helped effectively kickstart my career. I would literally not be where I am without you. So for that, I am forever grateful. And I hope that you're doing well. Thank you for everything. Reversal! Alright, Reversal, for a time, was one of, if not the biggest creators in the Pokemon Go space. These days, he does shiny hunting. He streams shiny hunting, and he's a very enjoyable person to watch. Now, the reason I met him, get this, alright? The reason I met him was because at E3 2017, Nintendo was hosting an ARMS tournament. Or rather, they were hosting qualifiers for the ARMS tournament. And in order to qualify, you had to beat 5 or 6 people in a row. And I was one of the last people that had the chance to qualify for this tournament. And I beat 4 or 5 people. I needed to beat one more person to qualify for this tournament. And I lost. And the person who beat me was Reversal. And he filmed it. And you know what? I'm glad he filmed it, because I didn't have much footage of that tournament. I had like the first round that I played, and then I had the round where Reversal beat me. And you know what? Like, I think we were quick to give each other a hug, and then I was like, oh, like, you know, I go home and I'm like, oh snap! Like, this person not only knows who I am, this person's like very big into Pokemon Go. So that's cool. So not only did I lose to someone who was respectful and honorable, I lost to a pretty popular content creator. Beyond that, though, like, ignoring the numbers for a second, Reversal has been very supportive. Okay, Reversal has regularly interacted with my tweets, shown me his support, told me good luck. He was even in this stream the last time I did it. Reversal has been a very, very, very good and pleasant person to know. He invited me to one of his Mario Party streams. He didn't have to do that, but he did. I'm so happy that he did. He invited me to participate in some of his Pokemon activities, like raid battles and stuff, and I'm so glad that he did. Dude is way more popular than me, yet he treats me like an equal. Dude is way more, like, network connection heavy than I am, but he still treats me like an equal. And I forever am grateful for that. He has been nothing but kind to me. He has been nothing but professional to me. He has constantly given me chances. He has constantly shown me respect and support. And for that, I feel that I owe him the same. So Reversal, thank you for everything, man. If there was anyone that I could have lost to on that arms tourney, I am so glad it was you. I wish I would have won, but I'm glad that I had the opportunity to meet you as a result. Seriously, that whole arms tourney genuinely is my favorite E3 memory, and you're part of it. You helped make that my favorite E3 memory. So, thank you so much. I really do appreciate it. Alright. That One Video Gamer, TOVG. That is technically the company name for the Completionist. When Gerard started out making the Completionist, it was called That One Video Gamer, and the Completionist was a show that was part of That One Video Gamer. Ultimately, as time has gone on and as YouTube has changed, it made more sense to just call his channel The Completionist. It makes it easier to look up that way. But the company is still called That One Video Gamer, because That One Video Gamer used to also technically produce Super Beard Bros, and The Decks, and a couple of other side projects, right? So, the That One Video Gamer Twitter account still exists. It's still the company name, and the Completionist is still ultimately the show name. But if you look up the YouTube channel was previously called That One Video Gamer. Now it is just called the Completionist. It's supposed to try and make things easier. Ultimately, though, the That One Video Gamer Twitter account these days primarily focuses on just highlighting different aspects of the community. It's used more in a professional sense, while Gerard's account kind of balances between professional and personal. So Gerard's doing a live show, right? He's doing a live show in PAX West this year, and he's trying to sell tickets. So TOVG might also be promoting that in the background, while Gerard will also say, hey, also here's a new episode of The Completionist. Also, hey, here's my status update for completing Final Fantasy 16, and stuff like that. The TOVG Twitter account occasionally retweets me, and I always appreciate it. And it highlights a lot of the people that work at or work with TOVG. So that's cool. And ultimately, I'm glad that I got to work there, and I'm glad that I'm able to have positive experiences to share about this company, and I'm glad that they still are willing to support me. So that's pretty cool. I think we're out of music, folks. Let's go again. Pokemon Black 2 and White 2, baby. All right, here we go. Let's do a couple more. We're almost done, and then I'm really tired. I don't even think I'm halfway, guys. I didn't want to have to do too many more of these streams. I don't want to be a streamer. We'll save the complaints for later. Oof. All right, we'll save the streams for later. All right, Crooked Glasses. So this is Lythero's partner. I talked about Lythero earlier. Lythero's an awesome guy. Well, you know who else is awesome? You know who else is awesome? This is Amber. Amber is Lythero's partner, and I think she also used to draw the chibi artwork that you would see for Game Grumps. Or maybe not the chibi artwork, but like the artwork that they use now. It's kind of chibi, but like it's not just their faces. She used to work with Game Grumps, is my point. And so I met her because of Lythero, and I met her in person at EVO, and we took pictures. And then I was like, oh snap, like you're really popular on social media. I had no idea. Well, that's cool. I'm totally down to have this really popular, successful, talented artist follow me on social media. And I am more than willing to have her amazing pieces of artwork show up on my Twitter feed from time to time, because she really is a talented individual, and I'm glad that I can have so many talented individuals on my Twitter feed. So, Amber, she's funny. She has a very nice style. She kind of, like her style, to me, I mean, I guess maybe I shouldn't look, because I don't know what else is going to be, like, retweeted on there, right? You guys can look on your own time. But, like, if you just look at her icon, kind of get Invader Zim vibes, and I love Invader Zim. I'm pretty sure she loves Invader Zim, too. But yeah, this is Amber. Funny, talented, great artist, great person, full of energy. Love it. Thank you for being someone I could meet in my life, Amber. Keep up the great work. All right. Altier Nate. So, folks. Check it, alright? This fellow is a remarkably talented Sonic modder. Remarkably talented. I believe I met this person because of Tails' channel. Did Amber actually do a cover for the Invader Zim comics? If that's true, I genuinely didn't know that. That makes me so much happier. That makes me so much happier. Oh my god. I mean, she probably did. But I didn't know that. But yeah, Altier here. Sorry, 1 sec. Okay. Altier is an incredibly talented Sonic modder, and also just like a very supportive person on my Twitter feed. Like, Altier will just randomly show up and like say nice things on my Twitter account. And I'm always grateful for that. I just think that's really cool. Altier, I guess right now, is working on Sonic Project Advanced. Give me 1 second. Let me double check the origin of how I met this person. I gotta look at some private things. Give me a moment. Give me 1 moment, folks. Private. Here we go, here we go, here we go. I don't know if Altier wants me to talk about this. That's why I gotta double check. Let me see, let me see, let me see. Alright. Alright, well, I'll focus on what Altier probably would prefer that I talk about. How about that? So, let me put it to you this way. I don't know what's public knowledge and what's not, but Altier used to be known for doing other things on social media, and that's how I met Altier. But then Altier started to get more involved in the Sonic modding community, and you know what? More power to him. I think that's really cool that he's working on these Sonic fan projects and these Sonic mods and all that, and I really do have a lot of respect for him. I had a lot of respect for him even before he transitioned into these Sonic projects. I had a lot of trust in him. I'm glad that he was even a fan of me. I could trust him with some private information and whatnot, and now he does these Sonic mods, and I'm like proud of him, frankly. I think it's so cool that he's setting out doing what he wants to do and is more or less knocking it out of the park. And I think he was even here the last time I was streaming. I think he was like, where am I? Where am I? I'm like, oh, you're so far down, man. But hey, thank you, Altier. I'm so glad that I got to meet you. I don't know if you want me to talk about what you used to do before Sonic mods. Not that it's like taboo or anything. It's just he wants to be known for doing Sonic mods. Okay, that's fine by me, because he's really good at making Sonic mods. So I'm fine having him in my Twitter following list, and I'm glad that I was able to meet him and, to a lesser extent, work with him on some other things in the past. So hey, thank you so much, man. I hope you're doing well. I hope to hear more from you in the future, and if you need anything from me, all you gotta do is ask. Alright, we got that Tales of Symphonia music playing. Alright. Ripstone Games. So Ripstone Games is another indie company that I think followed me out of the blue, and I was like, you know what? I support independent developers. I'll follow them back. I think every once in a while I'll see their name pop up at a PAX event, so PAX East or PAX West. So that's probably how they know me as well. And ultimately, it is one of those situations where I just see, like, whoa, this is an industry account following me. Yeah, I'll follow them back. I'd love to build that mutual relationship. So this is more of a networking thing. I don't think I have really too many personal stories with Ripstone Games. But look, I mean, be honest with me. If a major game developer or publisher decided to follow you on Twitter, are you telling me you would not follow back? Like, come on. Aeonic, I didn't go to PAX South. I never went to PAX South. So I don't have any PAX South stories. I'm sorry. I just went to East and West. Sorry. And apparently that was the case for a lot of people. Alright. Yeah, Ripstone Games, I mean, they're an indie publisher. We make games people play. They make Chess Ultra and Poker Club. I'm sure it's only a matter of time before they make a bunch of other games that I'm interested in purchasing and buying, and then I'm good to go. So I'm going to support them, and I'm glad that they support me. Folks, in 2015, I attempted to qualify for the Nintendo World Championships. I don't know if you guys know this. I did not make it. But I was in line with the people that did. I tried to qualify at... Well, in 2015, I tried to qualify at the Southern California location. And in 2017, I tried at both the Southern California... No, I didn't try the Southern California location. I went to the San Jose location only. Even so, in the 2015 qualifiers, I saw a couple different people, and I would wind up passing by the person that did qualify for that event. I got a picture with him. I guess it would turn out that there was another person that qualified for the Nintendo World Championships that was a fan of me. and he followed me one day, and I saw this. He says Nintendo World Championship 2015. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. So the person, this guy, I think, it's kind of hard to tell because the photo's blurry. This is the guy that I think qualified from the Southern California location. I think. And then, this fellow decided to follow me afterward. I think that's cool. And then, yeah, I think that's Ego Raptor over there. I think it's cool. There's 16 people in the Nintendo World Championships, and 2 of them turned out to be fans of me. That's cool. But, you know, outside of just being my fan, they were the ones that were actually on the stage, right? They were the ones that qualified. They were the ones that actually got to go and be part of Nintendo history. And that's cool. So I wanted to support that. So this guy was like, hey, I'm a fan of you. I want to support you. And I want to be like, you know what? You're the one that's actually on the stage competing. I want to support you. I don't know that we've had an interaction outside of merely following each other. I really don't know. Maybe he's liked one of my tweets every once in a while. But outside of that, he's never been in one of my videos or anything like that. I was just so honored and humbled that someone that was part of Nintendo history, that got to compete on a stage in front of thousands of people, decided he wanted to follow me on a whim. That's cool to me. I think I don't know why this like popped in my head. I think he qualified from the Texas location. Did he say he's from Texas anywhere on here? No. Maybe I thought they said Austin and not August. I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, and then in 2017 you had to qualify by playing this game. That's why I'm looking at it right now. Yeah, I don't know. This is really cool. This is his Twitter header though. That's really cool. Yeah, that's Jordan DeMarco. He was in the Nintendo World Championships in 2015. Meg Taylor. So, Meg is someone that I met also when I was at the Completionist. She was friends with Jessie Cox, and that's how I met her. So she was kind of hanging out with different people at the office. She followed me. I figured a friend of Jessie is a friend of mine, generally speaking. So I followed her back. We interacted a little bit early on, like she was liking some of my tweets, I was liking hers. Then I think in recent years, I guess she privated her account, and now we don't really interact with one another anymore. Still, I don't have a bad memory with her. It's just I started to form memories with her, and then we both just kind of went off and did our own things, so I guess that's the end of that. But hey, Meg, I hope that whatever you aspire to do, you were successful at it, and thanks for giving me a chance to say hello when you came by the Completionist office. I wish you luck in your future endeavors. Alright, you know what? You know what? Let's get up to Pokemon Master Holly. I think I can make it. I think I'll be okay. I'll get to Pokemon Master Holly. Alright? But first, a quick break. And then this. And then this. All right. Let's do a couple more, and then we'll wrap this up. All right. So we're on Lasercorn, right? Okay. So different people came and went with regards to renting out space at the Completionist office. So the constants that were there for a while when I worked there, when I first worked there was Gerard. He had his big office. There was Jesse Cox right next to him, and then there was Press Heart to Continue right after that. And then upstairs there was Strippin. The name of the guy was Strippin. And then a piece of hair like obstructing. Better? Hopefully that's better. Okay, so upstairs there was Strippin, and then there was another recording room that we used to record Super Beard Bros. And then there was an empty office for a long time. And the empty office kind of rotated between a few different people. But at one point in time, it was run by the people that used to be part of Smosh Games. So there's Smosh, the YouTube channel, then they had a gaming spin-off channel, and then the people of that gaming spin-off channel went to go create their own YouTube channel, and that was called Toaster Ghost. So Toaster Ghost had rented out this extra space in the Completionist office, and Toaster Ghost consisted of a few different people. The one that I spoke to, at least rather frequently, was Lasercorn. There was also Sohinky, and then there were two girls, and we'll get to that in a second. But yeah, Lasercorn was the guy that mainly talked to me. Just a genuinely good guy. I think I helped them move stuff into the office, set up stuff in the office, and I even edited a video for Lasercorn, or for Toaster Ghost. I'll get to that in a second. And so I got to meet him. Yeah, Lasercorn used to be part of Smosh Games. Just a genuinely friendly guy to be around. Fun guy. You know, I would work in the office and I would hear people shouting and screaming from the other room, so I could tell that they were having their fun, right? And I do believe he just does his own content now. I also know he has a kid, and he tries to prominently feature his kid in his content. I think that's cute. And I think I don't think Toaster Ghost really does videos anymore, but they tried. And so during that time when they tried, they were in the Completionist office renting out a space. To be fair, it's kind of a tough space for 4 people, but they made it work. They made it work, at least for a little bit. So, yeah, I got to meet Lasercorn through that, and I've only had good vibes with him, and I'm glad that he even gave me a chance to hang out with him and edit a video for him. So, in that regard, I'm forever thankful, and I think he's a genuinely swell guy, and I think he'll be a great father. So, Lasercorn, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for giving me a chance, and I hope that you're doing well. Smash Tunes! Man, oh man, oh man! Smash Tunes. Smash Tunes, Smash Tunes, Smash Tunes. Why are you so good at everything you do? This guy is an artist and animator. He's a one-man army, I'm telling you. This guy not only draws well, his understanding of colors and lighting, I love his art style. The way his characters actually move and animate, it's all done super duper well. And it is an honor for me to even be able to message him. Now, over the years, he's done quite a number of assets for my channel, and I will show you. So, I have commissioned him to do a couple of different things. Here we have the artwork he drew for me in 2020. Look at that. Look at that. How do you like that? Favorite Pokemon, a Pokemon I was regularly competing with, and Smash character I used. Good stuff, right? And then, oh, but we can go beyond that. We can go beyond that. Check this out. Check out my 2021 artwork. To this day, I still use this bay leaf. I still use this bay. Like look at this. Look at that. Look at how like detailed and colorful this Min Min is. Look at that. Look at that, right? And then this. Are those good? That's why I still use them. So, if you go to my YouTube account right now, you'll actually see that some of that stuff is still here. He drew those, and I use them, and I really like him because I really like his art style. But he also animates. He's animated the outro that I use for my videos of me petting the bay leaf. The most recent version that I use is by him. He is so good. I'm always amazed by his work, and I cannot fathom how he does it so frequently and does it so well. So, Smash Tunes, my man, you are so talented, and I'm glad that I got to know you. And I hope that you are able to succeed in everything that you try to do. And I actually finally got to meet him at PAX West. If I say finally, I met him a couple of times. I've seen him at PAX West a couple of times. So I'll probably see him again this year. And, that'll be nice if we get to see each other again. I'm down to take a picture if you're down to take a picture. But if nothing else, thank you for everything, man. Your work is awesome. Alright. Rachel. If this is who I think it is, she also used to be at the Completionist office. And she also used to be part of Toaster Ghost. So, she and Lasercorn and a couple of others rented out a space at the Completionist office so they could try to launch a new collaborative Let's Play channel. And then when they weren't doing the collaborative Let's Plays, they were all trying to individually stream in the background. Which is why I say, having one little office space with 4 people in it with computers and double monitors and bright lights and camera setups and whatever, it's a tight fit, but they tried to make it work, and I commend them for that. So I got to hang out with Lasercorn, and I got to hang out with Rachel. And yeah, Rachel was just a very fun individual. I had a pleasure chatting with her and hanging out with her when they weren't recording, because sometimes I'd go upstairs and I'd have my lunch and, we would just have random chats or whatever. So it was very cool being able to hang out with her and speak with another like-minded individual. So Rachel, I know we haven't spoken in a while. I don't even know if you'll remember me that well, but I hope that you're doing well, and I hope that you succeed at everything that you do. Alright. Pamela Horton! Folks, this is Bayonetta! This is Bayonetta! You might be saying, Yoshila, what are you talking about? She's Bayonetta. What I mean is, in 2013, or 2014, Nintendo hired her to cosplay as Bayonetta at events and pose for photo shoots. That's her! She is Bayonetta. And she worked in the same office as me. And I remember we did a Completionist episode of Bayonetta, and we totally capitalized on the opportunity to include a quick bit with her in it. Now, outside of her being Bayonetta, outside of her being this, beautiful model and all that, she is very upbeat and fun. And I always respected that about her. Everyone else at the Completionist office is fun. And she'd come in and be like, yeah, what's up? She was ready to go all the time. The reason she and I started to become friends is, one, she did work on Toaster Ghost with Rachel and Lasercorn, but two, so sadly she's had a lot of health problems over the years. You can even see here that she's a cancer survivor, okay? She's had to go to the hospital for surgeries a number of times, and so she expressed concerns in being able to edit some of the Toaster Ghost videos. So I said, well, I'll do it. And she's like, no, it's okay. And I was like, no, really, don't worry about me. If you're okay with me using your computer, I will sit down and edit a video like you were the one who edited it, and no one else will be any wiser. Everyone else will be none the wiser. And she said, okay. So I edited a Toaster Ghost video. I couldn't tell you which one. I don't remember. I'd have to look at the gameplay footage. But I did, and she was really happy that I did that, and then she did pay me. And I tried to decline it, and she's like, no, I insist. And then she goes on. So yeah, that's Pamela. She was very fun to work with. She is a very commendable person for fighting cancer and for working through all these surgeries and still maintaining an upbeat, peppy attitude, and I've always appreciated that. And she was a pleasure to work with, so I'm glad I got to meet her. Pamela, hey, first of all, thank you for the opportunity. Second of all, you're an inspiration. I hope you're doing well. If there's anything else I can ever do for you, let me know. I guess with any luck, hopefully I won't need to do anything. Hopefully your health is improving, and hopefully things are going well for you, and I hope that's the case, and I hope that you're able to pursue everything that you want to aspire to do. So, it's a pleasure working with you in the same office, and I hope all goes well for you going forward. Jane. So, I met Jane because I was looking for female voice actors for my Canto Alone project, and I saw that she was one that was willing to participate in the project that had a voice that matched what I was going for. Ultimately, Kanto alone hasn't come to fruition, but that doesn't change the fact that she was a talented voice actor. Since then, I have referred her to a couple of my other friends so that she could lend her voice in other projects, because the truth of the matter is that my friends and I were usually groups of guys. So whenever my friends need voice actors from a girl, we kind of rely on the same 2 or 3 people. So I was like, well, hey, I know Jane. She's a female voice actor. Maybe she can lend her voice. She does a lot of different voices. And sure enough, she did. So she's a very talented voice actor. I think she can do it if she wants to voice in bigger projects, shows, games, movies, whatever. I think she could do it. So I want to be friends with her before she takes off in popularity. So Jane, hey, I wish you luck on your future endeavors. Thanks for giving me a chance, and I hope that you are able to pursue everything that you aspire to do. Thank you for everything. Alright. Last one for today, folks, because I'm getting kinda tired. It's been 4 hours. This is Pokemon Master Holly. So she is, or at least was, a very prominent figure in the Pokemon Go community. I don't know if she still streams Pokemon Go. That's what I'm not sure about. I think she just does shiny hunting. But as far as Pokemon Go is concerned, she used to be like the big ambassador of Pokemon Go. She used to be endorsed by Niantic to host events in places like Santa Monica Pier. And I would go and I would say hi and hang out a little bit. These days, she might just do streaming for like shiny hunting or raid battles or something. I don't know if she does as much Pokemon Go anymore. But that doesn't change the fact that she was a very popular influencer in the Pokemon Go community during its heyday. And so the fact that she chose to follow me is something that I take as a high honor, and so I opted to follow her back. And again, every once in a while we'll engage with one another's tweets. We've never specifically done a video with each other. I might have a picture with her. I don't know if I ever actually got the picture. I just recall seeing her at a couple of events. But ultimately, she's been very supportive of me, and so I feel as though I should reflect that by being supportive of her too. And I trust that she will continue to grow her community and become a more prominent figure in the Pokemon community as a whole, and I'm happy that I was able to meet her along the way. So Holly, thank you for everything. I wish you luck on your future endeavors. Now then, how do people stream for so long? How do you guys do it? Oh, I'm so tired. I keep touching my face. I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so tired. Well, let's have a little preview of some of the other stuff that's going to be coming up, huh? Look at all this. Look at all this. Look at all these people. Oh, yep, Arlo. Can't wait to talk about him. And Loxton, of course. Of course, another day. Push Dustin. We'll get to him. We'll get to him. So tired. Don't worry, Platt. I haven't forgotten about you. Ultima, my man. You're the champ, baby. Oh, I'm so tired. Quan, of course. What a fantastic person. Oh, who's this Japanese person? What's that all about? Whoa, we'll have to stay around till next time. And Source Gaming and Nintendox. I'll have to get you guys another time. You guys are very important to my career. I'll get you. I'll get you. Don't worry. And Alec. And Aeon, I know. You've been patient. I'll get to you. I'm sorry. I am sorry, Shiny Zoroark. I will get to you, alright? Let's see. And Kane and Good Vibes Gaming and yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just too tired. I can't go on. So that'll have to do it for now. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's it, folks. Vic Villain, 8 Bowser 16. Chocon. Mankalore. Yeah. Yeah. Eventually we'll make it to Danny Joestar. But for now, guys, I gotta like grab food. My blood sugar is getting destroyed. So hey, if you stop by the stream at all, I'm really grateful. Thank you for doing that. I think I will not become a streamer full time, but I will continue this. I have to. I have to continue this later on. So we'll take care of this in a couple days. I don't want to make promises as to when the next stream is because I have a lot of other projects I have to work on. But thank you for stopping by. Hopefully next week I'll be back on the regular video upload schedule and I can do this simultaneously. But for now I have a lot of stuff I need to get done this week. So that's why it's been kind of difficult to stream. But I just want to get this out of the way. And instead of just getting this out of the way, basically the stream has just become more work that I have to do. It's just like another thing I have to do. And I want to do it sooner rather than later because who knows when Twitter's just going to go like... So, I'm working on it. And I know you guys like hearing me say nice things about people. And I'm happy people like to listen, so... I'll get them. I'll get all of you. Don't you worry. I'm going through it. I had to have passed at least 100 people by now, right? Maybe I'm at least a quarter of the way? Man, if I'm a quarter of the way... This is my second stream. Does that mean there's going to be 8 streams? No. 8 streams, that's too many. Oh well. Alright, folks. I'll continue with this another time. Let's see, the last one I did was Pokemon Master Holly, right? We just gotta remember where we left off. Because nobody gets to have repeats. No duplicates. Yeah, we're right here. So next time it will be... Oh, it'll be Chris. Alright. Cool. Okay. Alright, folks. Thanks, everybody. I'm going to play ads one more time, and then I'm going to turn the stream off. Alright. Thank you, and goodbye. Whoosh! Oh, so exhausting. I don't know what you guys find entertaining about this, but I'm grateful that you guys find something out of it. Alright, thank you, and goodbye. Whoosh!